No, the Spartan challenge is very specifically not supposed to be historically accurate. It's like a loose theming. So what we're doing for this playthrough in Dwarf Fortress, we're doing the Spartan challenge, which means I've set my population cap to 300. At least half your fortress population must be active in the military, which is the case. Crossbows and traps are forbidden, because those are for cowards. Only spears, swords, and wrestling helmets and shields may be equipped by military and used to fight. All weapons and armor must be made from bronze. Civilian dwarves have all labors enabled. If ever activated, cannot use quality and armor. Weapons and armor. Like, I'm not totally sure what they mean by that. Like, I can't really restrict that, but we're very limited on what we're using for weapons anyway. Maimed dwarves are perceived to be incapable of being fully healed, must be killed. This includes incurable spinal injuries in military dwarves. Devise methods of dropping liaisons down pits during meetings and yell, "This is Sparta," at your monitor. I haven't yelled it yet because I feel like I'll peak my microphone, but I have said that plainly at my monitor while dropping things into big holes. Demand goods be turned over from all caravans. Recreation is forbidden, as well as improving actions such as smoothing or engraving. I am doing that for, like, tombs, but that's the only exception. Or constructing things out of metals that can be done out of rock and wood besides spears, swords, and shields. I'm doing a little bit of that, but not much. Building city walls is considered weak and cowardly, and I am, in fact, weak and cowardly. Under no circumstances is a male dwarf to ever wear a shirt. Togas are acceptable during leave. Note that above suggestions are modeled after the movie 300, an adaptation of the graphic novel, which is both of which are historically inaccurate. You know, I think that's the first time somebody used that
X300, like this.
since I started this challenge. So, congrats. You're number one, Darius. Suited Giraffe. I don't know if anybody from Maxis will move over. I know that there's like a team of like 15 people working on Paralives. I don't know why specifically Maxis would be valuable at that point, because Paralives is a very different thing. You know, like Paralives is a largely offline single player purchase it game, whereas The Sims is a live service game at this point. So I don't even know how valuable those skills would be, transferability-wise. I mean, we talked about this a bit yesterday, Suited, but since that deal with EA Games, which was really funny, because yesterday I was like, that deal's still like in discussions, right? Like I don't think that thing's passed, has it? Unless it passed like yesterday, and then I went and checked that it had passed yesterday. It was like Monday it passed, and it was like, this was what, Wednesday? Or no, Tuesday morning it passed, and Wednesday was when I was looking it up. I honestly think that the best outcome for EA Games is that they sell some stuff. I really, really hope that happens. I don't think... Okay, I'm going to be mean for a second. I don't think it matters if Maxis exists. Maxis and The Sims... like, when it comes to, like, personally, my value in games at large, I think that The Sims is a concept more so than a valuable product at this point. And I don't think it would be the worst thing for games if the Sims franchise stopped existing, because I do think that it's almost like boomer shooters now, where that niche is being filled by independent actors at this point. So, this is the fortress. This is my big drop pit where I can, in theory, drop things down into lava. And I have. We're at war with elves, humans, and goblins. And the population's a little low right now because a lot of them aren't on the map. We are actively attacking Portal Tangle, although I'm going to have to slow the attacks pretty soon. Portal Tangle is one of 2 mountain homes. This is Portal Tangle, and this is Silvery Shell. They were both under the control of my faction when I started this fortress. But these goblins took over one of them, and then took over the other one. And so I've been repeatedly sieging them. And one of those sieges went bad, and we lost like 40% of my military. But fortunately, they were all kidnapped. So these, I think, are all just separate raids trying to rescue dwarves back. So if I go to, like, reports, like, there's a ton of missions here. Most of these are just me trying to rescue prisoners. Now, probably what's going to happen is I'm going to have to pull back from those sieges very soon and just get these dwarves training again, because I've lost a lot of my more skilled dwarves. For the actual sieges, they tend to just happen in open space because I can't make bolts. Bolt throwers are bolts. I can make other siege weapons, but I haven't for a variety of reasons. Currently, the fortress is mostly sustained with this rice over here, and I'm slowly expanding this stuff as well. But, like, realistically, right now, I need to get storage sorted, and we need to get the military better equipped, or we are just going to collapse. Why can't you make bolts self-restriction? Exclamation point goal. It's in the rules. Walls are cowardly, but it's okay, I'm a coward. Wait, the tutorial, Thades Hammer? You couldn't read that? Happy to help, I guess. How does that tiny amount of rice sustain you? That's not a tiny amount of rice. Also, this is a gather zone. So once in the summer and once in the fall, the dwarves all run out here and just pick up all of the fruits and veggies and olives and stuff that lands on the ground. Also, I have quite a lot of livestock, and we're relatively frequently slaughtering goats and sheep. So. But yeah, that's all the farming we're doing in the whole fort. You are misreading it? How are you reading it? You'd love to see a proper remake of Spore with all the features they intended? I feel like we're a decade too late for that. I would like to see them release the source code for Spore. Personally, Idle Villager. Because, like, say what you will about EA Games. Like, you know, they're not a great company. Somehow, somebody at EA managed to convince them that it was worthwhile to release the source code for a bunch of the Command & Conquer games. And I personally think that is kind of quietly one of the coolest things they've ever done as a company. Actually, I think that might quietly be that. It's exactly the same as sand. This is just clay. So I have the clay, you grab the clay zone and then you drag it over clay walls or floors, doesn't matter. And then these collect clay and then they make bricks, and they just need like charcoal to make bricks, and I'm chopping down fuckloads of wood. It just works. Yeah, they did, like, kind of a while ago. In regards to releasing the source code, which is funny because like Open Red Alert has existed for a while, right? But anyway, let me just real quick read the named dwarves that are, well, actually, let's wait for these squads to all come back, and then I'll read the named dwarves so we actually have all of them on the screen, because I don't actually know who's here, because some people have been kidnapped, some people are dead. One One of the greatest things that came in the patch the other day is this, by the way. So not memorialized and non-slabbed dwarves show up at the top, and then ghosts show up at the top. So if there's a ghost on the map, it shows up at the top in like purple. And then dwarves that haven't been memorialized show up here, and dwarves that have slabs engraved but the slabs haven't been built yet show up here. This is so fucking good. It's so good. Yeah, I quietly do that all the time. Like, I've got multiple zones in a temple here. Like, this is the Ruthless Coven, and this is also the Ruthless Coven. It's just, this is a dining hall, so that they eat their food up there. And then hang out down there. I actually don't know how many slabs I have available, but let's see. 11? Yeah, it should be fine. Actually, hold on. Are they engraved already, though? Some of them are. Okay, so let's just queue up some more unless I've... Oh, no, we've got more queued up. We're fine. Now, if we could just have engraved slabs as a easy to remember option, that would be peak. Use my. Have you ever used the make the prison a tavern so that your prisoners get served booze trick? Because that's one of my favorites. Like, genuinely, that might actually be one of my favorite things to do. Is make your prison into a tavern, and then your prisoners all just get alcohol brought to you. But then dwarves will also dance and hang around and socialize near the prisoners, which is maybe a bad thing if they have a habit of tantruming. You can make a prison a tavern. Oh, yeah. Or like, if you want your military to be served booze, you can make your militia area into a tavern as well. I think I might see if I can jury rig up a... I might try and make a mist generator out here somewhere. I don't even have a tavern in this fort. According to the rules, I'm not allowed to have parties, which I realize is a much older mechanic in Dwarf Fortress that isn't really relevant anymore. But because I'm not allowed to have parties, I'm treating taverns as parties. So I'm just kind of... I will temporarily make a tavern and then unmake the tavern periodically. By militia? Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a water trench at some point, but... For reference, if anybody doesn't know, this is Shock Inked. This is a beak dog who killed a forgotten beast. It, got the last hit on it and killed it, and I'm very proud of it. It's one of the babies in the fort. Okay, so Portal Tangle. See how these go. These are me trying to rescue people, so I'm not trying to attack them. So if fights start, that's bad. Although already the tactical planning was superior, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage in Portal Tangle, and more dwarves were imprisoned. How'd this one go? Donut led the attack, and the defenders were, Donut was outmatched the defenders, but the attackers had a strong positional advantage, but it didn't matter because it seems that Bearded Donis struck down Lytast. Aban was struck down by Avuz. So we're actually fighting with dwarves, which makes this much more difficult. Which is actually the biggest threat here. But... the question is, did you make it out alive, though? Oh, there's Donut. I thought Donut died. It looked like he had. Well, good to have him back, because that's one of my better commanders. The problem is my dwarves are severely outgeared, so actually attacking things is quite difficult. Stealing stuff is very feasible, but straight up just attacking stuff is quite difficult. Okay, no, I'm just waiting for all the squads to come back so I can confirm. Sick. Because currently they're all out, but we're going to take a break from the sieging for a wee bit. At least from sieging the big populated locations, and we're going to go after some smaller locations for a bit. Because I need to confirm. It's been a wild run. Yeah, this fort was... this challenge is basically designed to just cause massive amounts of death. You know? Like, that's all that it really is. It's just like, a lot of dwarves are going to die, and in order to actually do this, it's a sacrifice I have to make. I don't really have a choice. So, like, that's kind of what this challenge is it's just like, things are going to be chaos. Trying to figure out. Let's just do rock statue, and let's just do 6. I am willing to make. I mean, I don't know if I'm willing to make it, but we're gonna make it because I don't really have a choice in the matter. There's an ad break about to start, so I'm just gonna not let the game run, but I am just gonna place these. Pause. There should be a link to it in the description, Baron-Hearted. But the TLDR is 300 dwarves. More than 50% of the dwarves need to be in the military. We're trying to emulate the movie 300, not like historically accurate Spartans. So the idea is drop people we don't like down holes. Everybody has to be in the military. No chest armor and no shirts for male dwarves. No chest armor for female dwarves. Everything must be made out of bronze or iron. Ideally entirely out of bronze, but I haven't been able to find any tin, so that's actually kind of difficult. Doing what I can here. And I have to steal stuff from everybody that isn't my own faction. I have to try to get to 300 total dwarves. I have to kill dwarves that get mortally injured. I'm ignoring the fact that this dwarf has a breathing problem because I can still hold 2 weapons. It's just silly. That's all, really. Thady says, I once had an orphan baby that nobody would pick up, so I made a 1x1 burrow in the tavern so the tavern keeper would at least feed it. Did you see the patch notes yesterday, Thades? Because genuinely, like, dwarves will only order 1 drink at a time from tavern keepers is very funny. This is a patch note from yesterday. Let me just read this real quick. Tavern goers will no longer order a drink from every single tavern keeper in the bar and then drink them all, causing them to die of acute alcohol poisoning. Tavern keepers will now refuse orders for drinks if the one ordering it is sufficiently drunk. Dwarves will exercise self-control and not order alcohol from tavern keepers when drunk. I feel like Tarn kind of explained it yesterday. Okay, I'm still waiting on 2 squads to come back. Them. Where are you, Okar? Just haven't left the map yet, but you're trying. So 6 isn't on the map at the moment because this dwarf is taking 1 trillion years to leave the map. Because of your pathetic crutch. If this dwarf's leg doesn't heal, We're gonna have to throw them into the lava. We're gonna have to kill some dwarves today, I think. Dwarf Fortress patch notes were illustrated? When was that a thing? I have no recollection of this. Ice cream monster. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I don't know. Probably maybe it was Putnam who mentioned it. Because Putnam was talking about testing to try and figure out the alcohol poisoning thing. It was probably Putnam who tested it. Run faster, Durfus McDorf. These two, I think, are in one fight together, so. You had fatalities early with 1 tavern keeper and 3 entertainers. Well, if the entertainers were human, that makes sense. Yeah, if dwarves are, like, greedy, I would assume they'll probably order too many drinks. But apparently it's, like, basically awareness is for... All right, that's it, Dwarf, you're fired. You want a peasant with a beard. Do I have any peasants? I have a singular peasant who doesn't have a beard. What's your second choice? No beard then? Okay. Lady peasant it is. Jagged venom drinker. How do you make venom jagged? She generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to hang on to grievances. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and speaks very deliberately when she is angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't care about much of anything anymore. She personally values eloquence, doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of raising a family. She likes kimberlite, trifle pewter, tanzanite, crystal glass, giant mountain goat hoof, amber, the color amber, or no, literally just amber, the color dark azure, flails, the sound of the beige style, and when possible prefers to consume sweet potato plants and blood amaranth beer. And I accidentally moved down a layer, and I was worried that why the screen got black for a second there. And hates worms. She's married to Oz the gem cutter, and has some dead friends. And all these dwarves are hauling logs. And Donut over here is running around in the thick of things, helping us haul logs. Sneaking extra drinks to rules. So I have a question. Is that like something that started popping up yesterday? Because that's really funny if there's a notice saying that that probably means that you should like fire that tavern keeper, I would guess. That's really funny though, if that's a thing they've added. May I show base, please? Please show base. All right. So we have this tower thingy in the middle that's just a bunch of temples. This is a guild hall. This is a guild hall. This is a guild hall. These are some bedrooms, and these are some more bedrooms, and that's where most of the dwarves actually sleep, in reality. That's pretty much it. Over here, I have this little area, which can be dropped, which I use to drop traders we don't like in there. And up here is where my queen lives, who we inherited at 16 dwarves. And that's it. That's the fort for the moment. So this is something I need to deal with right now. I will be back in a minute. My Dexcom just decided to go kaput. I was hoping I would get another day out of it, but 2 seconds. I would be right back. All right, done. Sorry about that. Hoi. It's a new notice? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't have a tavern in this fort at the moment, but I'd love a screenshot of that if you could grab one of those screenshots, but... I mean, if you're talking about, like, Zack and Tarn's crayon drawings, I don't ever recall an era where the patch notes themselves were illustrated. Like, I know Zack and Tarn used to do drawings for people who gave them money, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. I mean, maybe it's what you're talking about. So I don't know. I'm kind of missing the, like, through line of exactly what it is you are referring to. That is a very dilapidated squad. Welcome back, Diamond. Dwarf Fortress turned 20 now, as of yesterday. How does that make you feel? Makes me feel like my hair should be grayer, but... Yep. Yeah, it pretty much checks out. It's pretty much the vibe, Diamond. It's good to have you back. How you been, man? Where were you? I noticed that you hadn't been around as much recently, but what have you been up to? How was holiday? Did you do anything fun? Three weeks offline? Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly, Bogwater. Although, same age as Roblox. Okay, so they haven't arrived back yet, but Top Squad is now back. I think I can finally do the read-through of the named dwarves. Snuck in undetected, searched. The muscular spear freed a dwarf and others. That's what you want to see. That's what you want to see. You want to see the and others and see how many came back. Because we got all those recruits back. Yeah, these would be all dwarves that came back then. Maybe not you, because you are busted up. All right. How's the coffee today? Pretty good. No huge complaints on the coffee at the minute. I'm gonna need to resort my squads probably pretty soon. So let's run through the named dwarves in the fort. We have lost about 50, but Azuri, Beardodonis, Beericles, Brewmore, Donut, Graniticious, Jagged Venom Drinker, Jam Jalopy, Job, Ranger Rick, Shorticus, Six, Snailius, who was captured for a bit and is now back, Steve, no relation, and Stormwolf, Tiny Haj. So, those are the currently named dwarves in the fort. Kind of a low number. If you didn't hear your name read, that means you're either in prison or dead. I'm going to see if I can get Mogwai back. So we're just going to keep raiding and releasing prisoners related to our faction. In this squad, there are no named dwarves, which is the only one that's currently not on the map. But Six is currently, I think, my best leader, period. I mean, he's a skilled ambusher and dabbling leader, high master, discipline, grandmaster, fighter. It's a pretty good sign for the most part, I think. We're doing challenges now? I mean, I've been doing challenges for a year. I'm just, like, getting over my lack of interest in, like, making them seem important. More than anything, let's just set everything back to monthly orders instead of constant training, just so that I have a few more consistent dwarves around. Starting to think I should just remove this squad from this mission. Greg, and then some. Hello. What is your definition of weird settings in this case? Not Zakaluka, artificial idiot. But also, hi, Zakaluka. No relation. It's their given name. I don't know. Oh, wow, you are pissed. This dwarf is almost entirely naked. I'm just gonna make cloth. What do I actually have for cloth? Thinking like just 50 pairs of pants. Because I'm not totally sure how I'm going to... I'm going to have to just rework my military, I guess. Sheer animal, spin thread. And let's just make 30 pairs of pants. Trousers. $30. It can be whatever you want within reason, but if you, like, I don't know, try to pick out, like, a current political figure or something completely nonsensical, I might ask for a reason as to why, but that's about it. You can name things just about whatever you want within reason. But I stand by the within reason statement, basically. You set the minimum tiles to 0? Wait, so what does that do? Setting the minimum tiles to 0? I'm not pissing off my own faction. Diamond. So, like, that, there's the one asterisk that I've added to that, which is not my faction. Just so that, like, that there's a chance. But I've dropped at least 2 caravans worth of stuff into lava, and I've stolen a bunch of stuff from other caravans as well. Oh, okay. It just means that the world can't be rejected for too few of any biome. All right. How have you managed to generate a playable world? Artificial idiot? How do you name a dwarf Dookie? By hanging out in the Twitch chat and earning enough points to get a redemption, or by subscribing at tier 2 on my blog and then popping into the Twitch chat and asking nicely. That's how Dookie. Or get lucky for one of the times that I hand one out to the YouTube chat, which happens occasionally when I feel like it. A bunch of sheep wool cloth, iron bars, earthenware bricks, iron bars, nice gizzard stones, 2 pieces of magnetite, and earthenware bricks. Well, that's going to be quite the artifact. Copperworks ever... Okay. I'm going to see which... Copperworks is number 1, so I'm just going to go up to here, go to missions, and just go boop, and get rid of this. Because they should just come back, if that's the case. I love how it rained once, and now suddenly there's just blood everywhere. There's something about that that will never stop being funny to me. All right, let's go to this little corner. No, it's not an evil biome. This is just blood that was on... This is a, what, wilderness biome? No, this is just blood that was on dwarves' clothing and armor and gear because there's been so many fights lately that it's being washed off them. Basically, like, the dwarves all were given an impromptu shower. This is the blood that they acquired earlier, and they only shower every couple months, so... This is, in fact, insert Sparta. Yes. Yeah, no, this is just a thing that happens if you have dwarves working outdoors a lot. Like, that's why there's just blood in places randomly. It's like, unless it's a splattering like this, like the Kia blood, that was just a Kia that was bleeding. If it's like a pool like that, it's probably like blood that dwarves got on them. This is, in fact, Ancientgrease. Crab Maestro. Cyril, the Weaver, has created a sheeple-left glove and offers it to the Spear of Strength. I will give it to my queen. Which I think is that, right? Also that. Queen, please do show me exact what this is. All squads have returned. It's still the same as it's been for the last few weeks. It should be in the description of the YouTube stream, Blue. We're trying to emulate the movie, or I guess the memes from the movie 300. Boat of Seizing is slipped into there undetected, blah, blah, blah. They searched, and the forces freed the dwarf Datan and others. So let's see what we got. Jam Jalape's back. I guess Datan was one of those. Avus, how dare you wear a shirt? I'll have to deal with that later. I think it's probably the actual plan for the minute. Let's send them back out. Keep at it. I'm receiving a phone call. Hold on. Shirts are, in fact, for nerds. I do agree. So low boots and no chain? What? What about low boots and no chain? Hi, Tapioca. How are you? Who's in the YouTube stream? So, did I get that queued up? I think I did. Badoop. Attack. You. Raid. Rescue. Done. Go. Kaput. So that's now done. Let's just start moving this over. I'm actually just going to, I think, build 2. It's all just going to be obsidian. And the way I'm going to do this is going to be boop, 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 and then boop, 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 boop. I think I will also connect this over here with earthenware, I think. Actually, let's see if I can just fit earthenware through the middle here. Yeah, I can. Sweet. The time concept? I mean, that's not super unique to CDDA. Like, the way, like, it processes time. Like, that's very much like just a roguelike structure, right? I mean, I think people like CDDA because it's a cool implementation of a concept that probably would never be commercially viable. Like, if somebody tried to build a game at the scale and size with the amount of contributors as CDDA as a commercial product, it probably wouldn't survive. And it's really cool when products are able to exist like that. I feel like that's why people like CDDA. Oh, you just didn't get it and you were trying to treat it like an arcade game? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I need to make 8 pipes and corkscrews. Wooden cork. Wooden pipe. And let's just make these out of a cool material that doesn't look fugly, like avocado wood. Hello, Deep Space. How are you? How do you feel about the new update from yesterday? I'm so happy about the slab in like memorializing changes. So happy. So, fun fact about CDDA and Project Zomboid. They're both based on the same tabletop game. And CDDA does so much more than Project Zomboid as far as depth goes that, like, they're not even close. Blue Quiz. Like, they're not even, like, comparable in the same plane of existence. What's the tabletop game? It's just called Cataclysm, is it not? What's the slab changes? So if you go to engrave a slab now, although I think I have them all engraved, it says who hasn't been engraved yet up at the top. And then ones that are engraved and haven't been placed, it puts them in between the ones that are done. And then if there's a ghost, it shows up in purple at the very top. That isn't what I'm talking about, Tapioca. That's like saying that, like, you know, you can get close to that with mods. Yeah, sure, that's irrelevant, right? Like, you can make Skyrim a compelling game with mods, but like that doesn't mean that Skyrim's a compelling game. Sorry, I'm just throwing shade at Skyrim. That was uncalled for. I didn't need to do that, but it's not the point of what I'm trying to say. All right, so let's take a look at this glove. This is a sheep wool glove. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round, nice cabochons and encircled with bands of iron. It is made from sheep wool cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of sheep wool and alpaca wool. It menaces with spikes of iron, magnetite, and earthenware. On the item is an image of Stukos, paint theaters, the dwarf, and dwarves in elephant. And an elephant in sheep's wool. The elephant is striking down Stukos. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Stukos by an elephant in Paint Daily in the Stripeful Tower in the late autumn of 130 during Dungoskench, the Molten Onslaught. What a name. That might as well just be boat murdered. On the item is an image of Saigon Trumpet Tangled, the dwarf, and dwarves in earthenware. Saigon Trumpet Tangled is surrounded by the dwarf. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Saigon Trumpet Tangled to the position of king of the boat of seizing in the year 98. On the item is an image of dwarves in magnetite. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of ancient Greece by the muscular spear of strength in the boat of seizing in the early spring of 156. If you want a... Chat, what's the name of that streamer slash YouTuber who makes a bunch of CDDA stuff that's pretty good? I'm like blanking on the name of him. Because I haven't watched his streams in a while. Vormithrax is the one I was thinking of. I mean, Wormgirl's got a good amount of stuff, but I was thinking Vorm. I don't know, if you want to learn how to play CDDA, Vorm was always the one that I would point people to. Wormgirl made a fork, sure. I made a spoon once out of wood. It was pretty cool. No fork, though. It's very hard to carve. So I respect the craft store ship. I did actually make a spoon once. I took a wood carving class and I made a spoon. I'm in an ad break now, so I'm just killing time. Cataclysm, the last pencil. I don't know where I'm going with this. Vermithrax, like, just has a huge amount of, like, very basic videos on it. But yeah, I guess I'm a bit out of date on that. I know Rogue Rat did a bit, but Rogue Rat these days is mostly on, like, Cogmind and Caves of Cud, last time I looked. You've not made one yet, but you made all the compounds for a little ship. Yeah, I haven't done any woodworking stuff in years. Blink, thank you very much for the 23rd month. That's almost 2 years. Holy shit, man. Appreciate you. Your yaks keep getting agitated and killing people. They are pasture... Wait, what? So if you have yaks, they shouldn't be getting agitated. If you have agitated yaks, that means you're in an untamed wilds biome. You can't tame agitated animals. So if you're trying to train agitated animals, they will periodically just attack you. I'm not entirely sure what's going on if they're, like, tame animals. I would just butcher them if they're killing people. I don't know who you're talking about, unless you're talking about Vorm, but I don't know. I don't really watch other content creators anymore for a variety of reasons, mostly time and, like, work-life balance reasons. So, I don't know. Sounds like stuff that people would do. Let's get to this. So that's gonna get canceled. I don't like Quasimorph. I don't like the publisher of Quasimorph. But it's cool that it's, like, been successful as a game. Why is that? Hype Train Digital was the studio that popularized the prologue for games, which was where instead of making a demo on Steam, you upload a separate game and then link to the main game. And I really, 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 really despise that whole model. And I guess Steam did too, because you're not allowed to do that anymore. And there's a number of games that they sold that did very well based on that model, which I kind of consider to be false advertising. Because, like, Stone Shard has always been my favorite example. Stone Shard had a 2.5-hour prologue, which was a very polished experience, which wasn't representative of the game. They released the prologue. It got a lot of very good reviews as a free thing. And then when the game released, the same prologue was the beginning of the game. Most people had less than an hour on the game when the game released, left tons of positive reviews, and it took a while for people to realize that that prologue wasn't actually the game. The game is a very different thing, which had a myriad of issues, and it ended up selling incredibly well based on a prologue that wasn't representative of the game that you're buying, and I really fucking hate that. As an example, Quasimorph had 4 prologues before it actually released into early access that were all very different games, and I just feel icky about that. As it sits, I don't want to play a extraction game that's in a roguelike framework. That's not the style of like gameplay I want for that gameplay loop. Just period. I'm just not gonna do it. So I don't know. A lot of very weird business decisions, I guess. So just like from a as somebody who gets a lot of emails about a lot of video games, I kind of don't like Hype Train Digital. No, I want publishers that market things for what they are and not publishers that are like, hey, do this weird sideways testing and we're not going to tell you that this is a prologue, because they started doing that after a while. They also like gave everybody who had a copy of very popular games discounts, because for a while their Steam had this coupon system where you could be like, I have a coupon for my game, and everybody who owns this game gets a coupon. And you didn't need to ask the publisher, and they abused that system like fucking crazy. And it was kind of, again, annoying. I have to go drink a juice box. I will be right back. Sorry, it's been a weird blood sugar morning. Okay. Yeah, I understand why you, like, why a consumer wouldn't mind. I'm not a consumer. Like, I work in a different part of the industry. I'm not your average consumer. And, like, the bright side is that now Steam has, like, really revamped their demo structure, which is effectively what people were doing with prologues, and that's fine. I don't have so much of an issue with that. But, like, if a publisher has what I perceive to be kind of negative tactics for the industry, I tend to avoid them. Hype Train has been one of those historically. Another one that I avoid is Playway. Playway, just from, like, who I'm going to play the games for, I won't play a game by Playway. Because the way Playway has worked historically is they will pay a publisher to make a trailer, and if the trailer gets enough views, then they will pay a different developer to make that game based on what the trailer is. So they essentially make fake trailers for games that don't exist, and then say, hey, we have this trailer that did really well, make a game for it. Which results in, and also you have no time to make that game. So it's like, every now and again, like, games will come out from Playway that do extraordinarily well. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like House Flipper was a Playway game. I think maybe still is? Let me double check. I don't know if House Flipper 2 is. Yeah. Yeah, the original House Flipper was one. Playway. And it was also, like, a different developer, and, like, now I don't know who Frozen District is, but Frozen District made House Flipper 2. So, like, there's just some publishers out there that just give me an ick, and I just avoid them. Mostly because I kind of just don't trust them. The single-player Tarkov finally got a cease and desist letter after years of development. It was a mod, and I mean, haven't they been, like, banning people for using that mod? Like, I seem to recall hearing somebody getting banned for, like not allowed to play online because they're using the single-player mod. But that sucks. But yeah, I don't know. I don't... On paper, I have nothing against Quasimorph and its developers and the people making that game. I just won't cover it. That's... okay. Well, Rona in YouTube chat says that they got banned for it. I mean, like, Rockstar did that for... I was gonna queue up something. Mechanisms. It was its own ecosystem separate from online Tarkov? Totally, but like, if you're making an ecosystem based on somebody else's work, you're gonna put yourself in hot water. That's unfortunately just kind of the way the law works. It sucks, but it is what it is. But, like, you know, that to me, in regards to the Playway thing, that's why you should support and play House Flipper 2, but, like, maybe don't gift people House Flipper 1, you know? That's kind of that. I know very little about Battlestate games, to be honest. Like, that has always been a world that's a bit outside of my scope. Like, I know that there's, like, as much drama about Tarkov as there is Tarkov. I own Tarkov. I bought the cheapest version at one point because I was curious about it and played it for maybe 20 hours off stream, and I think I'm good. I don't think it's for me. So they detect it as pirating. That's the well, I mean, if you are making a third-party thing based off of somebody else's IP, and they aren't friendly to that kind of thing, you are setting yourself up to get gone after. Like, that's just what will happen. Let's just go rock grates and make them out of obsidian. Make some more of those. Squad has returned. Let's see how that went. Forces of the Muscular Strength freed Laya. We got Laya back. That was one of my medical dwarves. Let's keep at it. I mean, like, considering you work on the Stalker franchise, like, that makes sense. Romanoid. Like, I'll like, just to be clear, right? Like, I think you should support developers and you should support games. And if you like a type of game or you like a game, you should support that game and you should play it. I am apparently in a map without any wind. Well, that's unfortunate. We get to use water power then. So, like, because of that, I do genuinely think that one of the most important things that you can do if you like video games is simply support the video games. I like video games a lot. I want video games to be successful. I want people to be able to make the game that they want to make, whatever that thing is. And I'm quite happy to support cool, weird projects. But, like, I have some morals, and I do feel that I need to uphold those morals if I preach them. And whether that is, like, how they treat employees, how they treat contractors, or just how they market their games, even. And I've been burned by a couple of publishers over the years. And whether that's, like, we're giving you a game that we are, like, this is a game that we're working on, blah, blah, blah. Would you like to cover it? And then you find out it's a demo after the fact. You do that to me once or twice, and I kind of stop covering your stuff. And that's the way they promoted prologues for a really long time, was it was always a, this is a game that we're actively working on. We're developing this video game, blah, 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 blah. And you just get this weird free thing, and you're like, well, that's weird. Why is it free? And then you play it, and it's like, wishlist the game. It's like, that's the demo, though. Like, why are you promoting this as a fully released product? And I don't like that at all. Filming videos with paramilitary that was participating in a war against you. Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just dig this way. Or maybe, like, channel out this. This might actually be the easiest way to do this. I'm just catching up on the YouTube chat. Yeah, that's the Tarkov being launched on Steam and making beta players rebuy it is bizarre. Like that is truly strange to me. I don't think people being Russian makes people inherently icky. There are people who watch this stream from Russia that are lovely. But I think if you have shitty politics and act shitty, you're shitty. And I think that this is an instance of somebody with shitty politics being shitty and acting shitty. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with being from a country. Period. Snatcher. Another Snatcher. There's no way these guys are going to get into the fort. See ya. Goblin Stoseb Gulies. What a good last name. Gulies. Gulies. Sounds delicious, actually. Another Snatcher. They're just running off when my dwarves see them. That's what I was waiting for. Let's just send all these squads out here. Go save him. Because we've got this dwarf over here who's been whipped already. Oh, come on. You got this. No. I guess you didn't got this. I hoped they'd had that, but clearly they didn't. It's kind of a not small squad here, actually. These... Okay, these are definitely goblins. I was just double checking. Okay, so far nobody named has been lost, just recruits. A lot of dwarves are going to die in this, I think. Good news is I think that was all of them. Looks like there's just one invader left and he just made it off the map. Let's release these dwarves. Send them back. Tough. I don't know necessarily, but It just came across as propaganda. I don't even know what game you're talking about, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's propaganda games like that. Why is Bannerlord predatory? What? I'm sorry, that's like a wild thing to just throw out there. Bannerlord's fine. Excuse me? That Boats DLC was pretty cool. I'm just gonna do this quietly over here. I don't need you to be shitty to members of this chat. Most of the time I hear Manor Lord or Banner Lord when hearing one or the other. I mean, if anything, you could argue that Bannerlord was a bit expensive, but... You need a hearing aid? Ah, it's fine. To be fair, I think Bannerlord and Manorlord is up there with Outer Worlds and Outer Wilds. So, when it comes to, like, dumb game names, like it's pretty comparable silly. Like in a world where the developers screw it up and like official Twitter accounts screw it up, like that's just comedy. That was messed up. That was a time in history, man. I don't know. I thought it was funny. I don't know. Someone just doesn't like Bannerlord Blue. Oh no, Scoats, whatever are you going to do? You know, honestly, I'm not certain that a Dwarf Fortress stream is the right place to complain about a game that promises the moon and then takes forever to deliver or never fully delivers. Like, we're kind of used to that around here. Like, I love Dwarf Fortress, but, like, Jesus, this game does kind of take a while sometimes. So... But I don't think that, like, that equals predatory. I think that you are making a kind of, for lack of a better term, wild statement about the credibility of something purely based on you're not happy with the product delivered. And that is valid to not be happy about a product that's delivered. But at the same time, bro, like, it's okay. It's far from the most predatory game of all time. If you want to talk predatory, we can talk about Hololive. Basically, guys, if we want to talk about, like, ethics in game development and, like, whether or not you support something, and this is to the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat right now, if your entire argument is based on, I don't like this country, or this is shitty, if you're just going to throw out insults, I am going to stop the discussion. Just from a high level. Yeah. That's all. I mean, I don't see YouTube ads, so Oh, wait, do you mean like the sponsored segments for streamer ads? Is that the YouTube ads you're referring to? Because, yeah. You're telling me that World of Tanks isn't legit? I mean, it's not legit. It does have some kind of expensive business model, though. Like, if you're just gonna use this as an analog to be racist, I don't stand for that in my chat, period, basically. Or like, go after an entire population of people. It's like, if you want to say Ubisoft makes great games, fine. If you want to say Ubisoft makes terrible games, fine. If you want to say Ubisoft makes terrible games because they're French, what? Like, that is dumb. Like, I have no issue with somebody saying, like, I didn't like, I don't know, Quasimorph, to throw that out as an example, because the structure of it is not something that this is just my example because that's what I've been saying. The structure of it isn't something I want for a turn-based game, and I didn't like the way that publisher has marketed games. I'm not going to say because they're Russian. Like, just be reasonable, right? Like, if you want to talk about Stalker or Tarkov doing things, you could say, well, they haven't delivered a feature that I want yet, and that sucks. But if your statement is they're Ukrainian, I will nuke you out of orbit. That there's a bit of nuance here, and if you're capable of having that, we can have cool discussions. Otherwise, I will grab the thwack hammer. I mean, you can talk about geopolitics, but if you're just going to be racist, get out. Like, there's a difference. Blind has nukes? Damn right I do. It's a little circle button with an X on it. It's very effective. Playing war games up in here. How's the chesty dwarfs doing, Aiden? Pretty good. Pretty good. Still trying to get back all the dwarves that got imprisoned, but it's a slow process that is continuing. And I just got a new microwave, and that's good. Have lost a lot of dwarves, though. I cannot reiterate that enough. I actually need to redo a bunch of my squads as well. I might actually do that in a minute, because I've got to split back up the male and female dwarves, because I've got a lot of shirted male dwarves. What the heck? Why did you show up with a crown? A Kia bone crown? Oh, you must be coming back from one of the prisons. Former militia dwarf. Yeah, so this is one of the dwarves that got... Wait, the what gear? The even gear. I don't even know what that is. Also, Metal Fortress? What a good name. Yeah, I'm going to need to de-shirt a bunch of dwarves. So probably what I'm going to do is just wait until this squad comes back, or until we stop successfully acquiring dwarves from that other location, and then I will redo all the squads except all of the squads, split them up as male and female again, so that I can very easily de-shirt the male dwarves, de-shirt all the male dwarves, and then finish the reset, I think, is the way this is going to go. I'm just using rough obsidian because it doesn't actually matter that much at this point in this area. I'm also going to just throw some obsidian boulders down on the ground in here, and an ad break is going to start in a moment, and I will pause the game when the ads start. Those squads are constantly training. Yeah, because I'm trying to, well, staggered training, but I'm trying to catch them back up because I lost a lot of squads. basically going from over there. Okay, we're in an ad break. We'll pause. I think the only point that the country of origin makes me be concerned about a game is if there is a country that isn't allowed to have sales of a game that then utilizes another state to fund a thing and release it anyway. That's maybe the only time that I get sketched out by country of origin for a game. I was gonna say, yeah, that's definitely like, that's definitely the UK, Wawa. Also, Blue Clues, you're not too far off. Like, I would agree with that statement of like how those games changed your perspective on gaming. The what could a game do feeling. Dude, those there is like a rabbit hole that I want a 2-hour investigative documentary about with those games. Suited. Like, Suited Giraffe just mentioned something on Steam about Steam that I also think is really sketchy that I've encountered before. There's like a genre of hidden object games on Steam, which most of you probably know. But there's a bunch of them on Steam that for some reason are hundreds of dollars. Kind of with no real reason to be hundreds of dollars. And quite literally are like asset flips. It's gotta be money laundering. Like they've always got like mostly negative reviews, and it's people that buy it and immediately refund it and go, what the fuck? Like, it's so strange. Like, there's a couple of developers that just like release dozens of these a month that are on Steam. We can ask Capital One about money laundering. Is this an ad that I've never seen? Why are you marketing for Capital One in my chat? Are you a paid shill? They might get back to us in 5 years. Sounds like a bank. Why would I have to ask somebody about it? Is my question. I know what it is, and I choose not to partake. I don't need to ask anybody about it. If I wanted to ask somebody about it, would be concerned for multiple reasons. Dwarf Fortress still, so. Money laundering is a crime that can be committed in World Gen for Dwarf Fort. Absolutely not. Wawa. Samashev's in YouTube chat says, I just watched your new starter tutorial. It's amazing how concise it is considering the subject. Thanks. I'm glad you liked it. It's been kind of weird since uploading that because that video also went up on KitFox's YouTube channel, and it's getting more traffic on my channel than it is on KitFox's, just purely because like I have a bigger audience. But at the same time, when I look at the analytics on KitFox's channel, it's like, this video is performing better than usual, blah blah blah, like big thumbs up, like doing good there, bud, levels of how the video is doing according to YouTube. But on my channel, it's like This video's underperforming. Less people are watching this video than usual. You should consider doing this, and this to like improve your traffic. And it's like, it's very funny. It's like, huh, interesting. You were showing that video to everyone? Sure. It's, hold on. I'll show you the stats on it. Like, it's not doing badly. It's just YouTube will be very loud and whiny if, like, the platform, not people on YouTube, will be very loud and whiny if a video does worse than normal, or whatever it perceives to be worse than normal. So, like, this is it right now. It's got 4,300 views less than normal for videos uploaded in the same time frame. It's got 208 less views or less hours watched than normal. And out of my last 30 videos uploaded, it is performing the worst in the first, like, day of upload, basically. And I knew this would happen. 100%. Like, I 1,000% knew that YouTube was going to tell me this. Because, but you still like, well, because they like paid me hourly to make it, right? Wawa? So like it's a licensing deal where it goes on their channel as well, so that they have an official thing to link to. It's not super uncommon, but. Dwarf Fortress has white-collar crime. Like, embezzlement and, like, falsifying financial records and... what's it called? Like, basically, falsifying financial records to inflate a character's wealth is a mechanic that can happen in World Gen and Dwarf Fort. But, like, the only way that you'll see it is if somebody commits a crime and you interrogate them in Fortress mode. Like, it's not easy to spot, necessarily. Or alternatively, you have to dig really deep into Legends. Did I not make 8 statues? Let's make 8 more. No collars, hence no collar. Sure. Well, you can't interrogate people that commit white collar crimes, but if you're interrogating somebody based on a different crime that they committed, white collar could come up in the process. Although often it's goblins, so green collar? Gray collar? A beardy dwarf chief embezzler. Okay. If you insist. Chief Embezzler. Strange name. He personally never fails to seek out stressful in even the most dangerous situations. He's impervious to the effects of stress, sometimes cruel, and relies on the advice of others. Don't mind the giant rat. And relies on the advice of others during decision making. He is very humble and slow to anger, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He tends to act with a little determination and confidence, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about much anymore. What's the punishment for embezzlement? Like prison time. Not a ton of prison time, but prison time. Like, I had a goblin once go to prison for, like, it was like 180 days for, like, basically tantruming. But, like, the main reason for most of that prison time wasn't the tantrum, which is usually like 28 days or something. It's like a month. Most of that was because of past white-collar crime. That's just the most recent one that I can think of. Like Satin Spire, Rose Gold, and Banded Agate, as well as Giant Moonsnail Tooth, the color Dark Olive, Shields and Quivers, and the words of the intricacy of learning, and the sight of the brand of gold, and when possible prefers to consume Woolly Mammoth, Pond Turtle, White Millet Beer, and Honeybee Honey, and Durian Seeds, and absolutely hates large roaches. His lower spine is fractured. Jesus Christ, man. Just vibing out as a Grandmaster Swords Dwarf with a fractured spine. That's kind of nuts. How can he still walk? Because it's only fractured, not broken? I don't know. I'm not a dwarf, nor a doctor. What do I know? Wheelchair samurai. Damn right. That can be thrown out. This can be melted down. Smelt a metal object? A metal object. Just trying to get this done. Ooh. What squad are you in? Machines of weight. I may actually just get rid of this squad. And then add some dwarves to squads that are empty from that squad. Not you specifically. Like you. I'm gonna have to remake a bunch of squads soon anyway, so. You love it when dwarves randomly incriminate themselves? My favorite was when my captain of the guard was interrogating somebody, and the interrogation revealed that the captain of the guard had become, like, convinced to join the, like, baddie who he was interrogating. It was like, convinced, name of dwarf, captain of the guard, to act as an agent in name of my fortress. It was very funny. Maybe one of my favorite instances of, like, what? I need another mechanic shop, maybe two. Should probably just start digging lower down and making a layer underneath this for more workshops underneath that. Okay, Ranger Rick, what the hell are you up to? Are you also in some weird state of, huh? Seems like it. How much leather do I have? Probably quite a bit. Canned hides. Okay, let's make leather water skins and make 120 of them. And let's make sure I have a leather shop. It's a very honest report, Stone. When Tarn adds it. Wawa. Goal sage is what you're looking for. Or challenge. Either works. It'll link to the Dwarf Fortress wiki. Happy to help, Sage. So we're getting that done, this done. We'll remove you at some point. Check this. There we go. Connect you to that. And then pull that lever. Why the Z fog was blue? There's a mod to make it black if you want it that way. It's always been blue, though. It was blue in the old versions. Didn't realize this was a 2-year-old challenge? 2-year-old? No. Like from 2014. 12. There you go. Not 2. Like 12. A little older than 2. That would make the game run worse. Samashevs. It's interesting. The YouTube chat is talking about like fog and not being able to see many layers. Just remember, back in my day, we only saw one layer at a time, and we hated it so much we used a plugin that made the game crash like constantly. And we liked it that way and complained about it a lot. Squad's back. So I don't even know if I could actually genuinely say that we liked it, but we tolerated it. So be happy that you can see some Z levels now without the game crashing constantly. Yay, we got Mogwai back. Hallelujah, Lalo. Okay, let's send out another one. Just to keep freeing captives, because there's still more. Is that what you have it set to, Clino? Okay, let's just get rid of this squad, because it's, like, busted. What? Disband. Why can't I disband you? Fine, I'll assign you and then disband you. Just trying to get rid of squads that aren't being used anymore. This is a lady squad, so we'll keep it that way. Zos, you can run it. Stormwolf, you. Sodel, you've had some weird issues. Mogwai's back. You. I need to t-shirt some dwarves. You. You. Sweet. Hello, Folger. How's the stream been going? I think it's been going pretty well. Chat, have you been enjoying the stream today? A little bit of sketchy topics earlier, but recovering smoothly, I think. Your message is visible. Person in YouTube chat is like, I'm muted. Can people see what I'm saying? And then I verbally say, your message is visible. Wait a second. Okay, so that's 59 power. That's 101 power. That's going to produce 400 power, so that should be fine. Okay, you over here, we can just open that. This down here can get this closed. That's been fortified. Kind of just want to get all these boulders out of here. And there come the water. You've been very distracted in Blender. What you making? Because you misread the depth? Oh, okay, I get you. Fair enough. Do other people do champagne brigades for dwarves who want to fight but don't want to risk losing? Oh, I will absolutely put dwarves in squads without weapons just to wrestle and practice the task without actually, like... Oh, I fucked that up. Without actually having to, like... you know, send them off to war. So I'll absolutely do that. If that's what you mean. High poly script for your persona, but different body on the current model. Planning to bake the high res normals on this one and make it look pretty good. Cool. Well, sounds like a fun little creative project, if nothing else. You've been drawing in Krita this whole time? What you sketching? I've been trying my damnedest to get back into drawing more in-depth things with my pencils, but instead I've just been doing little one-off sketches, which I've been throwing into the post-art room on Discord, if anybody wants to go creep them. Let's go up to here and see how many more statues I have. There you go. This can be more earthenware. A caravan from my home faction has arrived. Your ruler has attracted great riches. However, trade sentiments are terrible. Touché. Just gonna unforbid everything and then go here. I for reference, I don't know why trade sentiments are terrible. Like, genuinely, no idea. So I guess that's fun. Let's just bring all the shoes, bring all the gloves. maybe not those usable iron helms. Let's bring all the pants. That's a lot of items. Let's just set everybody to off duty for a little bit so that we can get all that done. Stuff for tabletop campaign you're planning, nothing great, as you only just bought the drawing tablet. Hey, you gotta start somewhere. Dwarves have returned. I will be right back. Body is malfunctioning this morning. Alright, I hath returned. Someone stole the queen status? What? The forces of the muscular spear of strength freed the dwarf lore. So that's another dwarf freed. Still locum. Gotta keep at it. Gotta keep at it. Oh wait, I see what you mean. Why trade sentiments would be terrible. I don't think that, like, me having the queen would make trade sentiments terrible. I think, like, them not getting, like, paid enough or losing items would make trade sentiments terrible. So I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I just need to give them gifts, which is easy enough. Considering they didn't actually bring wagons. No, I'm just diabetic. Misunderstood, Hero Man? And when I'm diabetic and I say that my body is malfunctioning, it usually means that either A, I have to piss a bunch, or B, I need to give myself injections. So, no, I don't have diarrhea, thanks. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of rendering to do. I mean, hey, it's better that it's roaring instead of, like, sparking. Do dwarves ever bring wagons? They did the last time I traded with them. But they only bring wagons if you have nobility in your fortress. So if you're a barony or higher, they'll bring wagons. I understand that you're being goofy, but the didn't land is particularly funny on my end, so. $5070 Ti is handling it well. We'll show it to the 5070. As long as the temps are okay. That's the real concern, right? So I had a broker, and that broker was, like, killed in combat. So I have to assign a new one. Let's see what I can actually give as gifts. Not much. Turns out, Markle. What do I have for value? I was going to say it's turkey leather armor, but it's green. I was like, what the hell is that? Buy high boots, low boots, bronze shields, iron helm, greaves, cheese, just some stuff to brew into different varieties of alcohol. Probably good. It can, but they stop making requests once you have, like, royalty and nobility. Time to work on vacuum to wood lathe conversion. A vacuum to wood lathe conversion. That sounds like a fun project. Sounds like you are a garage haver. I'm jealous of people who have garages. All right, we should be through the ad in about 20 seconds here. And then I can continue with this trading and continue doing the dwarfing. But until then, I just want to say a real quick thank you to those of you who have tuned in today. You know, this is a crowdfunded channel, so I get to primarily make a living if people tune in and watch and do the thing and hang out in the chat and say things and use primes and gift subs and cheer bits and all that nonsense. So thank you very much for those of you who are here, hanging out, chilling, spending time. Appreciate you. I get to do this job because people watch. Wouldn't be here otherwise. Now we got a lot more stuff to bring. A lot more stuff. Janitorf's got the right idea. Bed is next to workbench. Oh, really? But I don't know. And on days like today, and points like right now, my only real request is if you can help keep the chat moving, that's cool. Because I'm just kind of sitting here vibing. Don't have a huge amount to talk about generally. Just kind of trying to keep the fort going. So, you know. Do I call myself blind because I wear glasses? I call myself blind because I am legally blind. Are you blue? You must be blue. Clearly, you've tattooed your entire body blue, including your eyelids and the whites of your eyeballs. Magic is live now? What? Where'd you hear that? Now, Magic is going to be teased at the start of Gamescom. Its username checks out, Idle Villager. And you are being kind of ableist, Lucas? No, I'm legally blind. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision with floating blind spots. Like, I see an eye specialist every 3 months. Do I need to justify my disabilities to you, or can you, like, contemplate the fact that a username might have more reality to it than your feeble mind is capable of comprehending? I think the latter. Clearly it happens when you get dropped on your head too many times as a child. Good news is I think I maybe finally rescued all of the captured dwarves. Looks like it. Well, sorry, bud. I'm not trying to offend. But if I get, like, incredibly ableist sarcasm thrown at me, I will retort with bland, dull, dry mocking. It's a natural defense mechanism. Am I offended? Not particularly. I'm used to it at this point. But I just... For one thing, it's a username. For two thing, you know, be tactful. So Just Glean says, I've played Keeper RL before for somewhat 100 hours. On what level is Dwarf Fortress bigger or better? Keeper RL feels like a Fisher Price toy. It's got some neat ideas. It's okay. But, like, most levels. It's all good. Apology accepted, Blue. Also, hey, Nomald. It's good to see you. You're going to because... Wait, what? What'd you say, Nomald? I don't understand what you're talking about here. I feel like I missed a through line of this discussion. Can I name a carpenter? Do I have a carpenter? I have plenty of carpenters. Which one want you be? You hurt your back? My condolences? Back injuries are not to be fucked with. That sucks. You got bowyers, carpenters, woodworkers. I don't know. Pick a Rooney. Do you have one challenge that stands out as the most enjoyable? I really liked No Digging. If you want something that's weird and will play very differently, No Digging is a really fun one. Only Ramps is also fun, where the only time you dig, it has to be a ramp. Those can be fun. I don't know, it's all just kind of Dwarf Fortress to me, so it sort of blends together. Chat, what do you think is the most entertaining challenge-ish or theme, I guess, to play Dwarf Fortress with? Person in YouTube chat's asking. Gonna Jenna Fort because the magic update is also missed too. I mean, like, there's magic update isn't in the game. No mold. Like, I'm convinced that nobody actually reads patches. But this dwarf is completely wrapped up in his own appearance, abilities, and other personal matters, and he is shameless. He is absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he lives a fast-paced life. He tries to keep things orderly and acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He has a greedy streak and occasionally overindulges and has a sense of duty and often feels discouraged. Oh, when it comes out. Okay. Sure. I just can't wait till Gamescom now. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally respects perseverance and doesn't care about nature one way or another. He likes alabaster, silver, and peridot, and the color rust, tapir men for their floppy noses, and when possible, prefers to consume spelt beer and absolutely hates flies. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed, and his medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his hair is clean-shaven. He has a wife who's a mechanic and is a member of the Ashen Order, worshipping the god of death. I mean, murder, sorry. Unnatural death, even. He's a militia dwarf and is a member of the Woodworkers Guild. Welcome to Z Fort. I'm going to buy those 2 pairs of underwear from them. Trade. Full of BS in YouTube chat just gifted out 5 memberships. Chat, could I get a round of beers in both chats for the 5 gifted memberships? Appreciate you. You've been binging the absolute hell out of Dominion 6. I'll be honest, I kind of want to binge more Astronauts, but streaming it was a little bit of a struggle. When's Gamescom? The end of this month. It's like the 26th, I think it starts. But apparently they're going to have, like... Here, I will read the thing from the Steam post so I get the wording correctly. I haven't made a news video about it yet, but I will get that hopefully out either tomorrow or Saturday. Anyway, where is it? But first we'd like to reveal... Oh, here it is. We are also preparing to go to Gamescom, and at the end of the month, to show a first look at Myth and Magic gameplay, and you'll be able to watch it at home. Dabu and Simon have released their latest Dwarf Fortress track today. But first we'd like to reveal his breathtaking image from that. So like we've seen this, but that. I think Tarn's going to be at Gamescom. So maybe you have an opportunity to meet Tarn if you live in Germany. I don't think the new track is in the game, no. Although, like, the last new track that they wrote, which was Danger Room, right? Took, like, a few months. Almost. It was, like, 2 months or something to actually make it into the game. Oh. Do I want to keep... Just looking to see if they have any of my prisoners. Like, if I've had any word... of prisoners being taken. Not that I'm seeing. I'm just gonna not steal livestock, but let's see what else we can get. Send them out one more time. What do you do to solve Be More Extravagant unmet need? You need more valuable clothing and jewelry. Extravagance is like, I have 5 rings and they're made of silver. And I have 2 gold necklaces and like a purple dyed robe with a cape. That's extravagance. Your porcelain and woodcrafts aren't cutting it. That or that particular dwarf hasn't been able to acquire any porcelain or woodcrafts from that batch. One of the two. Okay, so this is going to start going this way. Which is going to start this filling. Yeah, you could encrust them with gems. Add gems to finished goods. There you go. Get him! Or don't. Let's go down here and check this. Let's trade all that for the Dwarven Beer Barrel. Go. Those are spinning. They're not quite spinning consistently just yet. Well, that's fine. I'm just waiting for Ranger Rick to get back over here so we can finish trading. What am I doing with water and the thoughts behind it? You're still learning, DF, and this is some advanced play? I don't really think this is advanced, but I guess so. I'm moving water from this creek here through this side, which is, I guess, acting as like a partial moat, which is also then just straight up exposing this side, which isn't ideal, but whatever. Which is then flowing under here and then flowing down onto this layer and will flow off the map because I dug all the way up to the edge of the map right here. Digging all the way up to the edge of the map, and then I smoothed and carved fortifications on the edge of the map so that there's a hole there, which will allow the water to flow off the map. It's flowing underneath these water wheels, which is generating power because this map doesn't have wind on it. And then that is powering these mechanisms, which these water wheels are connected to. It's creating 400 power total. Currently now because it's flowing water, it's creating 400 steady power, which then moves up to here, which then goes over here, which is powering all these pumps. These pumps are then going to have water dumped around them so that they start spinning water in a circle, making a artificial mist generator, which means all dwarves that walk up and down this way will get blasted with mist, which will drastically improve their moods. Because right now, moods are a little rough, and because this is such a combat-heavy fort, and because I'm kind of intentionally abusing these dwarves, it's, it'll make managing them easier, basically. Seemed like wizardry in and of itself. No, totally. There's some times where I just kind of run on automatic and forget that I should probably be explaining what I'm doing sometimes. That's on me. But if you are learning Dwarf Fortress, it is worth noting that there is a brand new getting started guide that I threw up on the YouTube channel. It's also on Kit Fox's channel as of the other day. So that is worth noting. And on top of that, those videos are apparently teaching people who are not new players things, because I've gotten a good couple comments now from people saying, I've got 1,000 hours in this game and I didn't know this. I didn't know that you could turn off like certain types of gathering in a gather zone and stuff like that. So people are learning stuff from it, and I think that's cool. The doctrine of sin now requires a temple and a priest. I have to make another temple. And the copperworks have returned. But that was a while ago. Feel. No, it won't. Artificial idiot. Guarantee you it won't. And if it does, it'll be so negligible it doesn't matter. If a dwarf happens to dislike worms, I haven't seen a single dwarf that dislikes worms, then a dwarf might get an unhappy thought if they are forced to, like, live next to it. But they'll also get sprayed with water, which will vastly outweigh any negative thought that they might get from that statue, which is also very unlikely to happen in the first place. So I'm not too concerned by it. Thank you for the concern, though. Oddly enough, that was probably made by a dwarf who hates worms, who were expressing their hatred of worms with art. It's a beautiful thing, really. In fact, I got two things. I also have a Rangers Guild. I'm going to straight up ignore the Rangers Guild, deny. But that'll do. They hated worms? Possibly. I mean, who was the last dwarf I named? Jay? Did Jay hate worms? But yeah, no, it's likely made by somebody who hates worms. So. Because often dwarves will express their dislikes of a thing. No, hates flies. Also doesn't prefer to consume worms. but does like tapir men for their floppy noses. Welcome back, Suited. Also, thanks, Stone. You stumbled into Blind in 2026 because of his tutorial vids from 2023? Oh, well. Sure. Tutorials are a very difficult thing to make and keep them viable from a business perspective. But that being said, it is worth making things that lose money sometimes if you, are running a business, if it gives you positive public reception, which is kind of how I treat those tutorials. It takes way too long to make them, and they will never be worth making. I mean, the one that I like to, unless they're really low effort, which is what they were back in the day, and I don't like doing that. Where is it? The siege weapons tutorial has been my go-to recently as an example for this. This took me probably close to 20 hours of work to make, and it made $118 in Canadian money, which means I have to pay taxes on that, so subtract roughly 30%-ish. And I usually get more subscribers from a news video, which takes me 90 minutes to make. But I do think that video was worth making. So a video could be underperforming, and I think that's interesting based on past analytics, but that doesn't mean it wasn't worth making. Yeah, that's all I can really say. As an example here, this is my YouTube dashboard. These are the last 10 videos I've uploaded. In the first 1 day and 1 hour, that's how many views all of those videos got. So, just from a raw number of people watching it perspective, it's not doing very well. That's an absolute fact. It's lower than 10. It's it shows the last 10 on this screen, but there's a deeper menu that I can go into that's harder to just look at and know what it means. It's like 14th or something. It's further down. So it's not doing well. By all counts. But it's worth making. Just, it is what it is. It's so low. It's the majority of people that watch my YouTube channel play Dwarf Fortress. The majority of people that watch my YouTube channel don't need tutorials for Dwarf Fortress. So a video like that is targeted at people that are just getting into Dwarf Fortress, which is why you'll see channels that make a lot of tutorials. And there were a bunch that popped up when Dwarf Fortress launched because it was a game that was selling very well. And a lot of people wanted to learn how to make Dwarf Fortress. You make tutorials to capitalize on that new game, and then look to the next game that is doing well so that you can make tutorials about the next game. That's how being a tutorial channel kind of functions. Whereas somebody like me, most of the people already in the circle of watching my channel probably already played Dwarf Fortress. And so the more niche and specific the tutorial is, the smaller the audience would be for it, because if you already know how to do that thing, you're not going to watch it. If you think you already know how to do that thing, you're probably still not going to watch it. And if you're new to the game, you're not going to watch an advanced tutorial. So the more niche and specific and advanced tutorials get, the smaller the audience becomes. And that tutorial is something that is useful because it is pretty likely, I feel, that in the next 6 months, a big influx of people either come back to the game or look to learn Dwarf Fortress because of Myths and Magic stuff. And hopefully that tutorial isn't completely nullified by it. I'm a little worried about that. But hopefully that isn't the case. And so it'll slowly build over time, right? But like when I started making those tutorials originally, there was hundreds of thousands of people actively looking for tutorials. And I kind of look back at a lot of those tutorials and I don't like them. Like I feel like I could have done a better job. Like a lot of them were just like off the dome, like me explaining shit. For whatever it's worth though, Secret Squirrel, those old tutorials that I made in 2022, most of them are still up to date. Unless you land on one that's unlisted, they're still up to date. I unlist them and try to remake them when they become out of date. But like I pretty consistently get comments on my like quantum stockpile tutorial or my how to build a mist generator tutorial. Like, does this still work? And the answer is always yes, because nothing has changed there. No slab engraved. Okay, let's just engrave you. Let's get rid of that. Let's get you on the others. I don't hate doing it. Blue clues. There's just things I like making more. Like I find making tutorials to be a little bit boring, but I don't hate making tutorials. I just find making videos like that cover an entire fortress to be more fun. You know? Like that's just more fun for me. Yes, Clinodev, award-winning moderator in the chat. Maybe I'll make this one into a dining hall. It'd be fitting. Do I have any altars? I wonder. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted a new temple. Want temple. And it's already high enough value. Nice. Congrats on your streaking. I appreciate the streak. Zombie sponge of the giant variety. You want to know what's wild, Crab Maestro? I have absolutely no idea. But if you go to my main YouTube channel and look at the VODs that released up until I made the VOD channel, and you count every single one of them, you could figure it out. I have no idea. I'm not even gonna guess. Yeah, that's the other thing. I think if I were making a lot of those quick tutorials now, they would have all been shorts. Just because of how YouTube rewards things. Like, YouTube actively punishes you if you make a video that's shorter than 8 minutes. All right, well, good to know this is working now. Let's see how this raid went, and if we acquired even more people. They snuck in undetected and stole treasure. Okay, so we've made it through the period of acquiring prisoners. All of the prisoners are either dead or gone. We even got Mogwai back. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go skim this. Swap you out for Ranger Rick. Swap you out for Zuntir. Maybe not Zuntir because you had some weird issues. Swap you out with Adam. You. The lady squad. Kogan. It's gonna be fiddly for a little bit. I'm trying to de-shirt a bunch of dwarves that have been shirted, and it's a process that I must go through. Okay, and then you also swap for... Throw you in there. We'll see if you actually heal. So all these dwarves are going to be swapped to naked. And I'm going to go to armor. And I'm going to forbid quite literally everything, I think. Did those traders leave? They're packing up. Actually, scratch that. So I'm going to leave these dwarves on partial spear for now. And I'll get that problem sorted in a little bit here. And you guys can go partial sword. You can't stay long? Oh no! That's horrible, Kenton. Hopefully you have a good day though. Thanks for swinging by. How many manual says it's impossible to be figured out? Thank you for the tutorials, though. You have a friend show. Whenever I have a friend show any interest, you point them your way. No, totally. Like, and that's why I will update them periodically when it makes sense to do so, right? Like, they were the thing that helped build my channel to what it is today, and I will forever be grateful for that. But at the same time, at this point, it is difficult to run them as their own thing. And that's just the reality, and that's not an uncommon experience on YouTube. And I'm doing my best to work within those boundaries to, continue to serve the community that I've built. And I will do my best. And thanks to Kit Fox for making it easier. And that's just kind of the goal, really. It won't always make sense to cover every video or every single thing, but when guides make sense, I will make them. Zatan, the animal trainer, has created a magnetite ring and offers it to the Spear of Strength. That certainly sounds like something that should be offered to the Spear of Strength. This is a magnetite ring. All craft store is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of magnetite, and on the item is an image of Uvesh, Wheel Blushes, the dwarf in magnetite. Chat, can I get a round of beers? I will be back in a sec. I have to take a piss. Like I said earlier, body's malfunctioning today. Ugh. Something piss water. Nope. Is there a BattleTech Humble Bundle? I don't subscribe to Humble Bundle or pay much attention to Humble, so no. No, it wasn't. All Craft Starship is up. We were talking about Simi video games, and then somebody mentioned mentioned MechWarrior, and then that's where that came from. On the item is an image of Yuvesh Wheel Blushes, the dwarf in Magnetite. On the item is an image of a Mind Appear, the Kia, and Tubal Construct Swamps, the dwarf in Magnetite. Mind Appear is making a plaintive gesture. Tubal is laughing. The Urbic relates to the mortal wounding of the Kia, Mind Appear, by the dwarf Tubal in Constructs Swamps with a bronze spear in Ancientgrease in the mid-spring of 261. I'm going to give that to my Baron. Is where that's going to go. This here needs a priest. So let's get that priest done. And my priest is going to be, we'll say, Lightast. The Holy Ghost. That's like actually a real religious thing. Anyway, what's in the BattleTech Humble Bundle? Out of curiosity. I don't even have a Humble link. I ended my partnership with them ages ago. What's up, Beagle Weagle? Not really, Crab Maestro, but that was a concurrent conversation that was happening. Actually, I think that conversation happened afterwards, but not that it really matters at this point. From an RPG? Boo! If it was actually like an ebook like novel, or like the novels, then I would consider maybe buying it, but loadouts for certain factions? Yeah, I don't care. If it was the novels, then maybe I would buy them. BattleTech is a tabletop game that had a video game called BattleTech based on the tabletop game. Blue in YouTube chat. Basically, I'm just like in the constant training bucket at the moment. Let's just get everybody on constant training right now. Let's just update everything. I guess I need to make some more spears. Yeah, looks like I need to make some more spears. What do we have for bars at the moment? Oops, bats, bars. Decent amount of iron, decent amount of copper. Let's do iron spear, copper greaves, copper gauntlets, copper high boots. We'll do 20, 20, 20. So you can vent it at night without summoning the vile force of mesquite. Yeah, you don't ever want to summon the vile force of mosquitoes. Those are grim times. Grim times indeed. There's a named alpaca over here. Man, we're still spinning thread. So much sheep thread to spin. And these merchants are still packing up. You know, the number of times that I have people ask me, like, are my merchants stuck? They're never leaving. It is always worth, like, looking and seeing if they're still packing. Especially if you just sold them a lot of things. Like, we just sold them, like, 900 items. And it's 1 dwarf and 1 elephant. So that one merchant has to physically pick up and load every single item individually onto the elephant. Which is, like, 900 something items. Which, as you can see, like, they are being loaded. But my god, does it take a while. Battletech is a significantly less expensive tabletop game in comparison to Warhammer. Just flat. Can't remember what you were annoyed was, but probably that's the fact that the company that owns... Well, for me, it was the company that owns IGN bought it, basically. And then everything kind of got more expensive and, like, money grabby's the wrong word, but, like, it became very clear that it was no longer just, like, a good feels like community thing. It's now, like, very much a for-profit thing. At least that's what it was for me. No, I mean, honestly, the con would be Warhammer, right? Like, Battletech is just, like, a cool hobby. Sorry, I'm making a joke here. That sounds fun. It's probably the best place to actually learn a tabletop game is at a convention. I mean, you could play a full game of Battletech for free. It's called MechTech. Or is it Tech Mech? Anyway, there's a free port of it for PC, basically. Mega Mech, that's what it's called. Sorry. My brain was going to Tech Deck, which is totally different, and I just misclicked because I was looking at the wrong thing. Whoops. Thankfully, this is easy to rebuild. Vump. All the dwarves get a very brief break, though. Huh? Oh, Cog's been put to rest. That's fine. Finger skateboard. Yeah! I fucking loved those things, man. That was like... Okay, so... Speaking of fads... Tech Deck was, maybe my... Like, the one fad that I really fell into as a kid, aside from Beyblades. Like, silly toy that existed in a time and place. But you know what I ran into recently? I went to that punk show on Saturday. And there's this dude. I've seen him at shows a couple times now. I have to assume that he's stoned out of his mind all the time because he wears very, very dark sunglasses regardless of where he is. And he wears cargo pants that are covered in patches. And he looks like he's maybe in his 30s. And he has a weird bag at all shows that he goes to. It's like this kind of funky looking shoulder bag thing. Very similar to the one that I carry, except mine's just full of my meds. And then in between sets, goes outside, sits down, and fucking whips out a Beyblade arena and like 40 Beyblades. And just like challenges random people to a match. It's like, hey, you want to play? Anybody want to play? It's like the funniest fucking thing to me. And maybe my favorite like recent discovery in the music scene. Best NPC. Just, yeah, it's fucking fantastic, man. Okay, so you got fisher berries. I should get some more surface crops growing over here. Just throw a little dirt road over here so that I can make more. Where am I going with this? Need them to be gone before I can strip my soldiers, so... Why am I blanking on where roads are? They're there. Let's just go out here. Melt down all that. Running low on logs again. Gotta keep the onslaught of logs, or trees, I guess, a little further. Knack-knacks? Nope. No idea what that is. Oh yeah, true. I guess Tabletop Simulator is another way to do it. I kind of forget about Tabletop Simulator sometimes, but... Mobile Beyblade tournament? Yeah. Drug dealer X. Beyblade champion? Check. I mean, to be fair, I tend to see that dude at, like... I don't want to say straight edge punk shows, because they're not technically straight edge punk shows, but, like, shows that would fit in with the straight edge punk scene. So I guess, kind of checks out. It's like, drug dealer? No. Beyblade ambassador? Check. A sort of character in an RPG that would host the side quest card game. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So it took me like until just now to realize when you guys are saying TTS, you're not referring to text-to-speech. Okay, got it. Tabletop simulator. Yes, that is what that would be. I was just thinking in my head, I'm like, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? Okay, no, I get it now. The most fun I ever had playing Tabletop Simulator actually was playing Clue, and then realizing after playing Clue for like 2 hours that it's Among Us. That was maybe like the most fun I've ever actually had playing Tabletop Sim. Tarn making plots? I mean farm plots? I feel like these dwarves have earned a party. Rock table. What kind of materials do I have? Let's do basalt, because it's a good table color. Rock throne. Yeah, let's do wooden chairs. Do day palm's fine. I'm gonna fill this area out and make it into a little dining hall, and then this is gonna be my temporary tavern. Probably just leave it as a dining hall the rest of the time. And let's just make this into a dining hall up here. And I'm going to go all the way along here. Whoops, wrong tool. Go all the way along there. I'm still too used to like clicking on the plus button. And then you are just going to be for prepared meals and finished drink. Although I'm not actually making any meals, so I should probably start doing that. I also still want to move some more of the food production into here, but one thing at a time. They're still loading. Good God, man. You crashed out in Mafia at uni when you were randomly accused for no reason and not really enjoyed social deduction since? That's fair. I definitely had some not enjoyable sessions of Mafia as a youth. Although, you said the word crash out. You guys want to know a funny story? I spent too much time at a particular brewery. I know everybody that works there. And I'm friends with the bartender at this point that I see the most. And she was going through her closing list recently. Because she had to update it for the next month. And so now the cash out procedure is called crash out procedure. We're going to see how long it takes people to notice, if ever. Or if they just check it off when they're done it in the list. I needed to tell somebody. Because I think it's too funny. You have a bug right now with your monarch has come, but she is only a guest. That isn't... Wait, hold on. Did you get the notification that the monarch has come with the full entourage? Because that doesn't sound like a bug necessarily. Unless you did specifically get a monarch has come with the full entourage, blah, blah, blah. You got the notification, but only a guest. Are you running DF hack? XLDM? Because if you want around that, you could just like select the monarch, go to DF hack and go make own, and then press enter. She'll just join you. Wait, hold on. Is the king consort a part of your faction? Because to me, this doesn't seem like a bug. This seems like a weird occurrence, but it could be really annoying, potentially. Or maybe like an oversight. I don't know. But that doesn't fully strike me as a bug, per se. But definitely odd. Not supposed to work that way, if nothing else. But without the social part, I have a question. I guess at that point that would just be a deduction game. If there's no social, then it's just a deduction game, which is just like a mystery. That's just a whodunit, right? You're the capital? Yeah, Macon would do it. Yeah, that seems like a really weird occurrence that you got the king but not the queen. I wonder what would cause that. That's interesting, actually. I'm having an okay day, yeah. No complaints. Yesterday was crazy, so kind of coming down from the absurdity. Hyped for when this video? When this fortress becomes a video? I will never promise that a fortress will become a video. Only if the fortress is interesting. I'm currently working on a video, though. I'm working on a video for Witch Raptor. So if you watched me raise a bunch of dinosaurs, although there will have to be a bunch of asterisks now because the frequency of the creation of, how do I put this? The frequency of egg laying for dinosaurs has been nerfed since that, but I'm gonna de-shirt a bunch of dwarves. So we've got 2 partial spears and 1 partial sword. I mean, to me, that's just a detective game, but my opinion doesn't really matter, I suppose, now. I posted it in my Discord. Let's see. That's like an attempted assassination attempt. Kivish is sneaking an extra drink to Eustace. Oh, that's funny, man. That's fucking great. I wonder if that's a crime now. Like, I wonder if you'll be able to, like, convict them of over-serving. Wouldn't that be incredible? That's great, dude. Thanks for sharing that. That's neat. I like it. How'd my bartender get into Dwarf Fort? I know, right? Just trying to get extra tips, man. That's funny. What a cool little feature, eh? They didn't write it that way. They just said they produce smaller clusters of eggs and the dinosaurs take longer to grow to full size. Basically. Skeleton in YouTube chat who's asking about dinosaur breeding frequency. All right, so let's go to armor. And just forbid all of it, because now that the traders are gone, there's a lot less of it. And we're going to start, oops, de-shirting dwarves, because I've got a bunch of dwarves that have been shirted, and I obviously cannot stand for such a crime against our shirtless bodies. Okay, now that I've done that, these dwarves are all going to swap to naked. Update uniform. Now that they're all naked, I can go into here and I can say equip, assign uniform, partial spear, except for that bottom one, which is going to get partial sword. And they can go re-equip clothing as need. And also go back to just training. I love that I've just placed this table here that's now unusable. Good on me. Like, if a dwarf tends to overindulge, I would assume that they would be more likely to sneak extra drinks. But I don't know. I really like those notices. To me, that's like a pre-warning that you might get a tavern brawl, I guess. Is like dwarves are over drinking. Alrighty, Donut. Donut's gonna go lead some assaults on Goblin Kin. Good luck, Donut. It's very in character. I like it a lot. Greg and then some. Clearly you didn't actually read what the Spartan Challenge is, Super Something. So it's not like historical accuracy Spartan Challenge. This is the movie 300 Memes Spartan Challenge. So it's not trying to create a biblically accurate Spartan society. It's trying to create a rough approximation of the memes. So all the male dwarves must be shirtless. We can only use spears and ideally just bronze. I must kill all dwarves that have permanent injuries, which means I'm starting to get kind of sus about dwarves like this one. I have to steal things from everybody that isn't my own faction. I have to shout, "This is Sparta," and throw diplomats into a big hole, which is harder than it sounds. I have to do that sort of stuff. Go Mog Troy, I guess. Can I Mog the goblins instead? Speaking of dwarven childcare, somebody commented on my childcare video that zombie ducks are very effective at training children in combat, apparently. Zombie ducklings, specifically. Beard maxing? You mean, Radu? Constantine? Or ZZ Top? Gotta figure out a good way to make zombie ducklings now. Drown them, make zombies. The answer is almost always drown them. Yeah, but it's not in the challenge, so I'm not worrying about that. If I wanted to make a child army, I would do that as a specific challenge without these additional restrictions, because having to put more than 50% of my dwarves into the military at all times are already causing enough, like, chaos and nonsense. I don't need to actually add more to it. YouTube chat's trying to convince me to make child soldiers, but not this playthrough. Maybe in the future. No, it certainly does. Hi, Tate. It certainly does. Were you hearing things? So if you... here, I can show you in a second, Nate. But yes, there is, in fact, a update. There was just like a quality of life base patch yesterday. You've reached 230 dwarves in your fort, and you have a queen living here, and you've been raising enemy fortresses on the surroundings. A dragon has come by, and you trapped it, and now it is tamed. Wait, what now? Wait, trained or tamed? 'Cause if it's tamed, that's wild. If it's trained, what now? You could put it on a chain and hope you get a breeding pair. But as far as slabs go, if you go to engrave a slab, actually, I'll just go grab a screenshot because it doesn't show it right now because I don't have any dwarves that actively need to be slabbed at the minute. There's screenshots. So now, let me just open this screenshot. If you go to make slabs, not constructed slabs that are engraved are at the top. And right above that is unengraved dead dwarves. And right above that is ghosts. So slabs that haven't been engraved are at the top, and they are marked as yellow. And then ghosts that haven't been engraved are above the yellow ones. That's the update. Nate's my name. And then another kind of major thing is if you click new stockpile, you can just start building the stockpile instead of having to click the second button, which actually just means I tend to click this button out of habit. So we'll see how long it takes to go away. Do you want me to do the same ramble that I do every single time? That's completely fucking irrelevant. XLTF. Doesn't matter. There's lots of things that are in DFHack. But it doesn't matter to anybody who's installed the game in the last week for the first time. It doesn't matter to anybody who's learning the game who's brand new. It doesn't matter to anybody who's learning the game. It only matters if you're already playing the game and have been playing it for a long time. And also know what DFHack is and know how to utilize it. Which means DFHack having a quality of life feature is nice and handy and cool, but completely and totally and utterly 100% irrelevant to actually improving the quality and long-term consistency of the video game. Doesn't matter. It's got nothing to do with being a purist. It's got everything to do with you want the game to be more approachable to brand new players. That's what matters. DFHack is a great tool for power players. It's not relevant to new players. Which, in the long-term health of a game, is kind of what matters. That being said, DFHack is an award-winning piece of software, so you gotta respect it. Makes you miss the Game Genie? I never used a Game Genie. So, like, if I'm talking about how great it is that a new quality of life feature is added to the base game, there's no reason to be like, well, that's already in DFHack. That's why it should be added to the base game. Period. And if developers of a video game decide not to add features because DFHack already did it, that is like the worst outcome you can have from a modding community. They're flexible and quick and have a larger number of people in some cases working on things, which means that they can often add things that takes longer for official capacity to come in. But it coming in an official capacity is far better. You had to mow the lawn? Ugh. Did you miss anything fun? I've recovered all of the dwarves that got lost. And I'm starting to do some sieging again that isn't just straight up attacking things, so happy. Yeah, no, there's lots of great tools in DFHack. It's true. Nasty Ninja. My YouTube chat's talking about Game Genie and stuff. My Game Genie wasn't a Game Genie. My Game Genie was Cheat Engine. Or like breaking the game, Artificial Idiot. I mean, my favorite thing to return to is for a very long time, especially when I was learning Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress had this reputation of being a crashy mess. The most common cause of crashes was a DFHack script that was considered essential by most guides of people who played Dwarf Fortress, called Text Will Be Text, which caused the UI to not resize when you zoomed in and zoomed out, and allowed you to see multiple Z levels at a time. But what most of those tutorials didn't tell you is that you had to deactivate it when you saved or loaded the game, or it would almost always crash. So my experience of playing Dwarf Fortress back in the day was it was extremely stable and very rarely crashed. And people were often shocked when I said that because I was like, the game this doesn't crash. This game's very stable. I'm like, what are you talking about? Because I didn't use text will be text. So, you know. Although my favorite bug report that I ever heard Tarn mention was I asked once what the dumbest bug report he ever got was, or the silliest. And his response was, actually I think it was Zach who said it, but the response was the person who downloads the game, gets the zip file, and then tries to launch it from in the zip file while it's still zipped before extracting it. It's like, I'm very well acquainted with that error. We were wondering if you could tell you some tips to upgrade your guild halls and temples. Some of your dwarves are making petitions, and I don't know if gemmed windows are enough. So if when they pop up over here in the right, not spookiest, a user in YouTube chat. When they pop up here in the right, if you hover your mouse over it, it'll say what value it needs to be, and it'll tell you the value that it currently is. So like this one, to work, it needs to be a value of at least 2,000. It'll tell you what the value is over here as you're building it. So the base level is always 2,000. The next level is 10,000. So you need to get it to a base level of 2,000. I just straight up don't have enough dwarves because too many dwarves are training. Let's take all these dwarves and set them to no orders. No orders. Let's take you two as well. Also set them to no orders. They'll periodically train, but I mostly just need them doing this kind of stuff. Doing actual work. I think I might actually make an infinite stockpile for empty pots. I might actually just do that, because that would be real helpful right about now. Let's just say pot, which I think large pots and food storage. Okay, so let's just pot. Okay. You go down here. And let's go to you. No, not that. I'm just running on automatic now. Minecart. Something collapsed. Must have been a tree. Then you are loading what? Rocks. I think somebody died. And then you are... What were you, actually? Wood. Okay. No, this is actually ore, I think. And so this one will be pots. Oh no, the woodcutter's been found dead, badly crushed. Well, that's unfortunate. Should make a slab for you, which is now up here. So when dwarves trade, they get broker skill. So if you're trading with multiple factions, that's probably the fastest way to do it. I've had mixed results. Like, I used to be pretty convinced that multiple small trades counted the same, but I don't think that's true. I think I'm actually wrong on that. But I used to be pretty convinced that just, like, doing multiple little trades would speed that up, but now I'm not so sure. Okay, so this is going to move rock pots there once I have a minecart made for it, which is going to take a wee bit of time. There it is. Dwarvzith coming back, and we'll see how that fight went. You know, I will be honest. I'm a millennial, and all of my knowledge of this maxing stuff comes secondhand through other people. I have no idea. Is playing Dwarf Fortress while watching Dwarf Fortress dwarf maxing? Is it? Snuck in undetected. Stole livestock. What do we get? Bunch of elk birds, bunch of beak dogs. Cool. I'm just gonna go here and pillage them. Okay, so you load that. You are loading that. And there we go. Semi-molten rock is like bedrock in Minecraft. Historically, there was sometimes ways that you could like forcibly dig through it, but you're not supposed to be able to dig through it, no. Get better picks. So pick material affects it, Volkov, and mining skill affects it. That's one of those changes that I'm a little bit mixed on. I don't know how I feel about it. Simply put, like, mining adamantine takes like 3 minutes per tile if you have like a mid-tier dwarf with crap skills. I don't fully know how I feel about it. It just is what it is. There is no way to speed it up aside from giving them higher quality pickaxes and having higher skilled mining dwarves. That's the only way to affect it. Does that mean when you start to require like 10k or so, you'll need to have pedestals with heirlooms to increase the value? And 10, that's not hard, but yes. Well, I mean, you could make metal statues. You could make metal floor and engrave it. You could engrave the floor. You could build floor instead of having a smoothed floor. You could build walls instead of having smoothed walls. Like, there's all kinds of things you can do to increase the value of a room without, like, just putting a bunch of pedestals with stuff on it. I mean, I do that. I did that here. But, like, you don't need to do that. That is not true, Proser. Who says, I thought that no matter the material of the pick, the speed was always the same. It's not true. At least not true as of whenever that change was made. Which was not super long ago. I think it was the mining update. Or not the mining update that caused that was the siege update. But no, I've actually been making adamantine pickaxes in recent forts. So that it's like a reasonable amount of time. Okay, so I'm going to make a vacant squad. You. Zuntier. And we're going to begin doing this. It's going to be a little grim, but I am working towards killing the dwarves that are permanently injured, such as Zuntir. A low-skill peasant when mining adamantine, they will cancel the job multiple times to complete mining through one tile of adamantine. So I would say no. I mean, the way I go through adamantine is I dig out the layer above and collapse it, or construct the layer above and collapse it, and then dig around it. Like I barely dig through adamantine for that reason. But no, it is not worth sending in like shitty peasants. That will just lead to you never actually getting through the adamantine, and it'll take a billion years, and it'll suck. So many pots. Admittedly, I did make a lot, though. You usually end up making metal statues and engraving them with gems. That usually gets you to any specific value you need. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you set the economy to hard in difficulties, the base value need for guild halls is 10,000, and then the grand guild halls is 30,000, and that's completely doable. So, like, it's not like 10,000 Dwarf bucks is a large amount of value to have to acquire. Like, it's completely reasonable to make a space that valuable. You are supposed to get adamantine whenever you go there and dig it. Beagle Weagle. The world's your oyster when you're playing video games like this. I mean, there was that one fort once where I accidentally exposed the underworld before I had my first migrant raid. It was a funny day. The Forgotten Beast, Ariel, has come. A huge, hairy damselfly. It has a long, swinging trunk, and it is ravening. Its talp hair is wavy. Beware, it's deadly blood. And, of course, it can reach us. The Fly of Damsel in Distress. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for good luck? Like, I'm literally just building an enclosed room, and that's enough value. I do not and will not, and I think you're nuts if you mourn that. Spooky Skeleton. That was one of the best changes Dwarf Fortress ever made. Spooky Skeleton is mourning the change, the removal of closing doors tightly. It was one of the most common causes of frame rate death in Dwarf Fort. So, no, do not mourn. Fucking good riddance. You're playing the demo of Brigador Killers. How you enjoying it? All right, so... here we go, chat. Hold on to your butts. Byricles is leading the charge. Master Spear Dwarf. Colliding with the Forgotten Beast, terrified while in conflict, which flew up a level and then back down. The beast, however, is bleeding, being stabbed and then stabbed again, both by Byricles. Axe Dwarf scratching the Forgotten Beast in the third leg, which bruised the muscle and chipped the chitin in neither order. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right wing with a bronze spear, chipping it once again. Axe Dwarf strikes the Forgotten Beast in the second leg with her obsidian short sword, fracturing it. It was then slashed by an obsidian short sword, which fractured it again. Iron Spear is now lodged firmly in the wound, which was stabbed in the thorax, which has now torn the muscle. The beast is freaking the hell out and bleeding profusely. Its blood is deadly, so hopefully dwarves don't get covered in it. And now it is dead. That is the beast. Rip the beast. Well done, dwarves. We shall butcher the beast. Reminds you of a lot of games you used to play? Yeah, I'm looking forward to that thing releasing. I'm looking forward to that thing releasing, I guess. Having played the demo. At least it isn't a fire-breathing Forgotten Beast. We already had to fight a web-spitting one. But thankfully we were able to kill it very easily. Without any real issue. Let's see what this does. I thought it was August 26th, but yeah, it is soon. I could be wrong. I don't know. My memory isn't perfect. Come on, Dwarf. There we go. All right, we've got Beast Fat. You know what I should do? I should kick up a soap industry. Soapistry, you know? That's what we should do. Should do a soapistry. There's cloth over here. And clothing over there. I think I'm going to make a little staircase down here and just move our clothing industry down here. Just had a Cyclops wander into your fort and got stabbed in the ankle and fell over. Even hitting a dwarf, not a great day to be an invader. Yeah. I do love the mental image of dwarves being like, I'm gonna get him with, I'll get his big toe. I'll get him in the ankles. I'll grab his foot. Pull! I do love that mental image. Just want to move all this, basically. Probably crafts dwarves, too. That would make sense to move that. Farming can actually be moved over here, I think. Get rid of both of those. Don't need you or you anymore. Don't need you. Don't need you because I've built all those up here. Then I can move you as well. Get all that down here. You're digging into the underworld with 15 dwarves. How are you getting through it? Are you just crossing your fingers and then fighting the angels and things that come out of it? Or are you like using glass or something? Bethesda's 40 years old? Yeah, that sounds about right. What? Now I want to know, what year did Bethesda release their first video game? Bethesda Softworks. I mean, clearly Wayne Gretzky hockey. I think. Yeah. Self-published Wayne Gretzky hockey, 1988. Twice as old as Dwarf Fort. Which is also kind of impressive in its own wild way. Speaking of games on sale, if you haven't and you own Dwarf Fortress on Steam, you should leave it a good review. Or just a review. Should do that. Because Dwarf Fortress is slowly sliding away from its overwhelmingly positive rating that it had for several years, and that makes me kind of sad. Not that it really matters, but I don't know. I'm gonna miss it, I guess. 20% off astronauts. I was thinking about maybe playing some astronauts today. I don't know. I have somewhere I need to... I have a pretty hard out today at 8 hours of stream, so... Makes a bit Knack-Mack Feegle style. I don't know what that is, Marib, but hello. Hello, Zordos. Still has 94% positive on Steam? Sure, but you need 95 to be overwhelming. Do you often see Mega Beasts in your embark? Your current fort has ended up being a Hydra Den? Oh, that's awesome. Usually it only happens if I intentionally settle on them because I know how to expose them, Big Red Jewel. Because you can expose layers in the overworld if you play adventure mode. So usually if I settle on them, it's intentional. But yeah, it can happen randomly. It's pretty rare, though. "23 of them died almost instantly. The stun is incredibly dreadful." No, absolutely. But if you are the layer above, they can't shoot up. Super something. But ranged dwarves are how you actually consistently kill web spitters. You dug into the Certicus? Cool. How many seasons has your fort run? If you recorded it, you might be close to a circus percent or whatever that actual speedrun is called. Donut Oily Stensis led the attack. And a goblin led the defense. And they outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. First goblin was killed by Bearded Donis. He was imprisoned twice and rescued back twice. Same with Donut. Another goblin was struck down by a dwarf named Rimtar. Another goblin was struck down by a dwarf named Lytas. They stole livestock and treasure. I should stop taking the treasure because that's entirely too much treasure. I pillage you again. Actually, why don't we try and conquer and occupy? Spikes of fortifying are going to lead this one. And Athil is leading the attack. Something has collapsed on the surface. Bumer has gone flying. Oh no! Injured. Please tell me somebody's recovering wounded. Nope. Dwarves? Y'all want to maybe help a Dwarfus out? Okay. Oh, there you go. You're just walking. That's fine. Then. Those nasty trees, yeah. Assassins, I'm telling you. So good luck to the brave dwarves off to seize useless fell. The fell uselessness. That's a funny name for a location, actually. Wish these dwarves luck, chat. Let's see how they do. Haven't played Austria in a bit. It just left early access, like, last week. And I was playing it last week before it left early access, and so now that it's left early access, I want to play it again and see where it's at and how it feels. Feel kind of bad because this dwarf's leg is not healing. It's maybe the roughest part of this whole... How do I put this? Challenge, if you will. Is having to execute dwarves that are injured. Because it's like, no, you've got so much life left. You could so easily just keep going. Let's, how are we doing on bars? Let's just do iron helms. Let's just do 40. Does opening into the underworld have a consequence for the world if the underworld residents either conquer this site and can reach the other sites? Not really. Because if it did, every world would be uninhabitable. If, like, they could spread, basically. Conquering the underworld basically populates that tile with underworld creatures. So if you're playing adventure mode and you wander to your old fortress, you may have to fight demons to get into your fortress. Is there an unnamed noble? That's a good question. Although it depends on your definition of noble. I got a mayor. I got a captain of the guard. Aside from that, it's just militia captains. Anything stand out to you, Wawa? So not really, Hilmar, but kind of. Like, it has more impact on adventure mode than fortress mode. You'll take the mayor? All right. Mayor may not be the best dwarf you could choose, but I don't have any more puns to do with mayors. Wawa. Honestly, fitting name for a noble. She is a nervous wreck. Even more fitting. And actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Makes sense why you are in nobility. She forms only rare and fleeting emotional bonds with others and tends to hang on to grievances and tends to consider what others think of her. She could, of course, be considered rude and tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She often feels envious of others and has little interest in joking around and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, can easily fall in love, and can easily develop positive feelings. She has a greedy streak and she has a menacing stare when she's angry. Sorry, I was just trying to do a menacing stare. Donkey! Come on! That's rude. Why am I a donkey now? Well, so what did the donkey do wrong? Aside from fucking the dragon. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family. Personally values artwork, respects perseverance, and likes bituminous coal zinc and as well as rhyolite. Mango wood, giant groundhog leather, so you can get the giant shadow to find out whether or not the winter. Anyways, and the sight of the Cyclopean glosses, and when possible, prefers to consume Colowicafail? Sure. Mine Taster, and blueberry wine, and kangaroo's milk. Giant kangaroo, specifically, not normal kangaroo. Only giant will do. And longland flower, and absolutely hates moon snails. And worships the god of murder. Squishes all the moon snails. All hail death. The holy putrefaction. All the way this way. All the way this way. All the way there. Hell yeah. Roads are hard to see while you're building them. What's blocking you? I don't even know. Hopefully not every day, though, because that's not a healthy place to be, you know? It's like the mishearing of I want to rock and roll all night and party every day as I want to rock and roll all night and every other day. This is Sparta. How you doing, animal? 300 bits, I'll play that sound bit. Do the demons around you move around before you re-find the underworld? There will be, if you retire a fortress and then reclaim the fortress, if it will just scatter everything that was on the map before. So, like, if there was 90 demons in the underworld, they'll be distributed around the map. So, yes. But you can't re-find the underworld. The underworld will just be exposed. Like, I've started fortresses on previously owned sites and then just dug down and then suddenly just found the underworld. Also, fun fact, the faction that I was training with, my home faction, didn't actually have time to load everything. They gave up, which is kind of funny. No. No Rangers Guild. You don't deserve a Rangers Guild. Speaking of don't deserve a Rangers Guild, we also don't deserve any of that, so let's get rid of it. So, let's get rid of that. And you here? Zuntir, the militia captain, has been possessed. Well. Another thing, he's been collapsed on surface. Broomor, still okay. Not dead yet. You've now claimed a leatherwork. Being possessed is a good thing in Dwarf Fort. Yeah, but then I would have to accept it. I mean, literally, you put stuff in the guild hall. Like, that. I already answered that question, though, Nick Paw. Like, why would I use something that I don't want to do to answer a question from, like, an hour ago? Yeah, this captain is maimed. I need to kill this dwarf, but there's a few others I also need to kill. Oh, squad returned. So this is an attempt to seize a location. The defenders were led by a goblin, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. We seem to have tussled and escaped unscathed, largely. But one of my dwarves was struck down. They clashed with 5 goblins and didn't kill them. I'm gonna attack them with this, and we're just gonna pillage this location with the better squad, these guys, led by Donut. But, okay, so if a dwarf is not claiming a shop, let's just pretend it's this dwarf. Look at this dwarf and guess what you think they would want if they went into a strange mood. Crab Maestro. Could you tell me? Because I could tell you. It's actually very simple. Wood furnace, yeah, definitely. A shop that you can totally make artifacts from. So not all workshops are able to be made into artifacts, or can have artifacts made at them. So, like, herbalist doesn't matter, cook doesn't matter, like woodburner doesn't matter. It's either mason or carpenter. So they'll either want a carpentry shop or a masonry shop. So literally just go to their skills and look at whatever the top one is. That's the shop you need. Unless they're all like dabbling. So like this dwarf, it would be an armorsmith. Maybe a bowyer. So if you already have like a bunch of metalsmith shops, but you don't have a bowyer shops, then maybe they want to make a bow. This dwarf right here would be a woodcutter. The would actually probably a carpentry shop. Or a weapons. Actually, maybe not woodcutting. I think that woodcutting will make them go to a carpenter, but I could be wrong actually. So it could be it would probably be a weaponsmith if not a carpentry shop. This would be craftswork shop for stone cutting. So you don't have to build every single shop. You just need to look at what their top skill is and build whatever that is. Novice leatherworker. Yep. So you need to make a a leather shop. Easy peasy. And then when they claim the item, like this dwarf's in a strange mood, right? When they are in the shop, I'll pause when the dwarf gets there, and then I'll be able to give you an idea of what this looks like. But sometimes people get very confused. They're like, oh no, what does the dwarf need? Well, the first item they will always grab will be the item that is associated with that shop. So if it's a leatherwork shop, they'll go grab a piece of leather. If it's a stoneworker shop, it'll be a piece of stone. If it's a metalworker shop, it's going to be a piece of metal. But while they're in the shop, as you can see here, this dwarf has claimed 2 pieces of leather, and they got a third one in their inventory. It says leather skin. Sure, leather skin, tree life, blocks bricks, bones, stone, cloth thread, bars metal, bones, leather, leather, leather. So the next thing they're going to need is a log. No, it's their highest ranked skill. Which is why you get so many children making, like, craft shop stuff, because the more common the guild hall, and the more likely kids are spending time in a guild hall,
Crypt beer.
the more likely they are to have that skill. So most forts have a craft store shop. If they have no skills, they also default to a craft store shop, by the way. Thank you very much for the first notification of money in 3 hours, Vanori. Appreciate you. Cheers. Thanks for the 39 months. Thanks for continuing to support and watch the stream. Appreciate you greatly. There is, on occasion, you will get moods, though, where it's just like, is particularly secretive, and they just don't tell you. Those ones are always kind of fun. Those ones are a little bit more of a guesswork thing. Howdy, skills. Get kills in YouTube chat. I'll be completely honest with you. I have no idea which stoneworking skill is which. But Mason is a skill that they get from doing stuff at a stoneworker shop. I don't actually think they get any skills from constructing things. I don't think, anyways. Tonight we dine in hell. We dine somewhere. At least it'll be warm and cozy. Wherever it is. Datan. Basically, I need to go through in every dwarf with a crutch. It needs to be added to this. Such as you, Tholteg. Such as that dwarf. I did see that one dwarf there with a shirt on. I'll have to deal with that. Bruh. When's the artifact coming up? When the dwarf finishes it. They're not finished with it yet. They also don't have working legs, so it's going to take a little bit. I mean, how much have they gathered? 3 pieces of leather, wood, brick, and then bones. So they're going to go get whatever's next. I think I'll let Stormwolf keep going because even though they're having trouble breathing, they still have the ability to hold weapons. Go away. I'm going to keep denying it. I might accept it at some point and then not do it. Make rock mechanisms. I know what I need to do. I need to get another infinite stockpile into here. One just for rocks. Let's just do all economic, I guess. All economic and other. Let's go here and go north. Make you out of that. You down here. Make a cart. You up here. Grab this. Grab that. Grab this. Do this. Load that and that. And just need a cart. And we'll call this rocks. You know, I don't think they would say that necessarily. Although I do see dwarf build kind of a lot. It's weird how like a wildly massive effect on like language the Matrix had like 15 years after like that series kind of ceased being relevant in pop culture. It's kind of wild to me. Everything's pilled and it's kind of wild. Like, I will find that to be kind of crazy forever, I think. Let's throw you over there. You're still working? Pilled comes from red pilled or blue pilled, yeah. Which comes from the Matrix. Which is kind of I watched a wasn't a Techmoan video. I think it was a Lazy Game Reviews, like an LGR video about DVD menus recently, and one of the ones he did was the Matrix. Because you could take the blue pill or the red pill, and if you stay in the Matrix, you just get to go play games in the menu for the movie. Or like play a shitty trivia game. Whereas if you take the red pill, you can watch the movie. It's like, fuck. It's like that's all, not quite a. Construction's quality is defined by the mason's skill. Huh. Neat. I don't know what that would determine or change about a construction, but I DK in regards to why YouTube uses the wrong name for you. It sucks, but it is what it is. There we go. Rith Ilun. I really wish it would be a statue, but it's probably gonna be a piece of clothing. Go away. Squad is returned from that pillage attempt. Donut led the attack. Donut outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. They killed Doge. Opened mine. DOGE is the name of that goblin. What? Anyway, sorry, we killed Doge. I mean, or yay, we killed Doge. Depending on whether or not you're talking about the meme or the meme. The forces, the Musker thing, searched the place and found nothing. Okay. Let's try this again. Useless fell. Attack. Spikes of Wudjamafuck. Conquer and occupy. Send. Okay, so you're connected to the pillar, and you get connected to that. Builds don't collapse and walls don't crumble, but neither of those things are things. Builds don't collapse unless they have no support, in which case you fucked up. Walls don't crumble in Dwarf Fortress. To my knowledge, anyway. Like, walls don't degrade with time. Wood might, but... Spookiest Skeleton is spewing a bunch of things in the YouTube chat, and I have no idea of the accuracy of any of it. It's all the first time I'm hearing of this, so... What, in Earth? Or in Dwarfort? Oh, I guess we took over that place. Zuntir, the militia captain, has created Rith Ilun, a llama leather armor, and claims it as a family heirloom. I'm going to give that to my mayor. Actually, do you have any families? You don't. I will give that to my mayor then. This piece of armor, all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with elk bird bone and encircled with bands of sheep leather and donkey leather and durian wood and oval earthenware cabochons and sheep wool and elk bird bone. This object menaces with spikes of iron. On the item is an image of plains titans in llama leather. On the item is an image of an alfalfa, 3 of them, in magnetite. I'm now going to take this squad and say, don't bring water, don't bring food. We're almost ready to end the lives of the injured dwarves. And after a polite discussion with a local rival, Athel, Lake's Blockade, has claimed the position of administrator of the Systemic Door. We have now claimed yet another goblin location. I'm going to bring back Jaith the Dragon and maybe 1 or 2 others. Yeah, let's bring back all. Although in order to do that, I need to assign a new messenger because my messenger died. I'll make you the messenger. Send it. Jam Jalopy, thank you very much for the 5-pack. I think that might be the first gifted subs today. Hold on, let me actually check. People went nuts yesterday, so I expected today to be a little quiet. But yeah, that's the first gifted subs today. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Okay, now we're just waiting for these dwarves to make it to the Splat Plat. The Unalive platform. The Kerplunk. The... Oh no, anyways. Machine. So, chat, do you have any final words to say to these poor dwarves who got injured in the great glory and now wish to end their lives due to being less capable of doing the good murder that they were before? See you later, losers. Bunch of hosers. Well, an ad break's going to run, and once the ad break is done, I assume they'll all be on the platform, and then we can make them go kerplunk. That's 3. We're missing Tholtig. You know, I do think that one of the most fitting bits of lore for this fort is the fact that they worship the god of murder. There's something about that that's both really fucking grim and also very fitting. You know? It's perfect. God fucking damn it. Sorry. Apparently my blood sugar is going low. Again! Okay. More like malfunctions, actually, Mark. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But, oi. Hey, you. Buddy. He's like, uh-oh, nope. The young Tholtag Swords Dwarf Spearmaster has just, like, noped the fuck out of this area. He was like, nah, can't do. No can do there, boss. No can do. You even have beer. Like, what are you doing? Are you putting your alcohol away? Like, what? I don't have cold cases or anything, so I can't, like, convict him of something. I mean, he is guilty after having to rest and recuperate, so he knows what he did and why he must go wee splat. 1, 2, 3.
67.
Oh, I see. 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, no, we're missing one. 1, 2, 3. So we got you. We got you. We got you. Where's the 10? Cramp, thank you very much for the 67 months with Prime. Appreciate you, dude. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 6-7? Or could I get 6 or 7 beers for the 67 months? If you come back as a ghost, you can still murder. Probably more effectively than you could as a dwarf without legs. Actually, probably less effectively. Award-winning Twitch streamer. Can't get dwarves to stand on a platform. Sup, Mental Fuse. Early spring. It's just like waiting for something to happen that's taking too long to happen is when the game always decides to save. And it's like, well, now I get to just sit here for a bit and wait for the game to save. Blah. All right. Do you think they'll all be there when Datan gets there? I'm kind of thinking nah. I might just build a bridge and make this easier. One, two, three. Still missing one. Whitebeard Tholtag is who we're missing still. No longer your bedroom, Tholtag. I'm just gonna let Tholtag go take a fucking nap. You over here, we're just gonna do this. Pull this. Any last words for the final dwarves before they fall? And then on top of that, chat, I do have a very important question here, which is, if you are subscribed to the chat, in the chat on Twitch, could you do me a huge favor and post a bunch of my dwarf falling emote? Datan, guard channel, 4 kills, 2 goblins and 1 Monera. 3 goblins and 1 Monera. I can do math. Zuntir, no kills, but did make an artifact. And Vokar, 7 kills. Various goblins in different locations. Goodbye, good dwarves. You did good work. That's a good falling emote, actually. I like that. This is Sparta. It timed perfectly with the music. Holy shit. Humanity? We're not humans, though. We're dwarves. And now we have to wait a little bit for them to mysteriously go missing. And this squad can, like, be taken off of its duties for a little bit until I throw more in. Let's see, our request workers finished, and then seizing. Wow, they actually had to fight. Athel's tactical planning was superior to the goblin, but the defenders did have a positional advantage, but they were able to take out the goblins. And then they defeated the terror of pimples at the tick of beasts and took over Useless Fell. And now the new government is called the Systemic Door. This is all they have left. What's kind of wild is Wiped Lie. The goblin stronghold right there actually is weaker than the dwarven strongholds. I'm actually just going to go and raise this. That seems like an easy location to just go raise. Your last wipe was a lie too. Ew! You didn't wipe your lies away? Could mean so many different things, man. A lot of dwarves shoving their hands in pockets and walking away whistling. Yeah, there's been a lot of that. Wait, what? Oh, it's a good thing I noticed that. It's like, why are you leaving through the side that you're not supposed to go out? It's because I fucked up and forgot to build this. Makes sense, really. Let's do that. Do that. Do that. Perfect. How very convenient. Problem sorted. Easy peasy. No, I'm not going to make you a goddamn Rangers Guild. So stop asking. And hopefully these squads can all get out and go and raise. So I think what happens here is they try to go on a meeting with somebody. But if that person isn't on the map, then they can't successfully go on the meeting with them, I think is what has been happening. That's been stopping Dwarves from being able to leave the map. Which is a bit of an issue. But not like the worst thing. It's just not ideal by any stretch. But because of our recent wins, I'm going to open the tavern. And also assign this as a tavern. Temporarily. Because we've taken over several sites and have acquired all of our dwarves back from horrible death. And so this is going to get some tavern keepers. One of which is Wawa. One of which can be you. One of which can be you. I don't know. One of which can be you. One of which can be you. And I'm going to go up to here and put a chest. Or not, because I don't have any chests. I'm going to make a wooden chest. In fact, I'm going to make 3. 2, I guess, because that's the button I hit. Why did they all run this way? Terrified while in conflict. Oh, there must be a bird. Kias? Yeah, there's Kias on the map. I'm trying to kill Kias. I don't blame them. I would be too. Looks like they got it too. That's good. Weird. 3 dwarves have been missing for a week. I wonder why. What do you suppose could have caused that? Strange. I'm getting another phone call that I have to answer. I will be right back. So, I have a campsite booked on Sunday and a campground to stay until Monday morning and then head home, because I'm going to a thing on Sunday that's going to run really late after transit's done, and it's just easier to bring a tent and just stay a night and then leave the next morning. Just got a phone call from the campground confirming that I was checking out early tomorrow. And I'm like, I think you're calling the wrong number. They were like, looked at the thing and were like, oh, you're the next, sorry. Like literally my number was the next one on the list below the one that they were supposed to be calling. Why so many tavern keepers? I don't know. Testing if they kill people, mostly. That's why so many tavern keepers, because they've changed how tavern keepers work quite a bit. Unnamed militia captains. Probably. There's a lot of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them. That are on the map at the minute. Yeah, I was like, I'm like, but I don't get there till Sunday. What? I was very confused. I'm just looking at the YouTube chat because there's something. Watching the videos so much. Well, cheers, Klepikos. Can anybody tell you how to fix the invisible artifact? If you have an invisible artifact, it's just invisible. It's not like a thing that you can fix. Unless you accidentally made it invisible, but I don't think you can even do that with artifacts. Some artifacts just don't have sprites, but a bunch of new sprites were added to artifacts as of, like, yesterday, so. But if you have an item that's invisible, it just doesn't have a sprite associated with it. Which means, like, you can't make it visible. A toast to the dwarven health from all your tavern keepers. Yeah, damn right. So, Beagle, I'm waiting. Which one would you like? Or would you like me to assign one to you? Zos. That's pretty Zos of you. There definitely isn't a Zos. So which one? Ah, Zos. I see. That's it right there. Beagle. A beagle. I could eat a beagle right about now. Not the dog, like a bagel. Anyway, is in a constant state of internal rage and falls in love. Easily develops positive feels. It has a strong sense of duty. Rarely feels discouraged. Does not go out of her way to help others. And is troubled by this because she truly respects sacrifice. She is assertive and she prefers to present herself modestly. She often acts with compassion. And she is pleased by her own appearance and also her talents. She can handle stress and tenses up when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, thinks friendship is important, respects perseverance, and is put off by family and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, like shale, nickel, pipe opal, spiny dogfish leather, donkey hoof, rami fabric, helms, sheep for their tendency to flock, the words of the periwinkle of teachers, and when possible prefers to consume orangutan. That's a random one. And yellow bullhead and persimmon wine, and absolutely hates mussels. She also likes whipvine seeds. She's friends with Stormwolf and Kib and Steve, no relation, and that seems to be it for your friends. You're a member of the Ruthless Coven, and once again, God of Murder and all that. Let's just make sure that that's the right slab. How many Steves aren't you related to? I'm technically related to... Okay, my dad's brother's Steve. My little sister, like, there was a family member by marriage who passed away recently who was named Steve. There is a once member of my extended family by marriage who got divorced to my dad's sister who was named Steve. So I don't know, I'm not related to at least one Steve. Back up everything, if it matters. Because if you back up everything, then you won't have space for anything. Person in YouTube chat is saying back up everything. I'm like, well, only if it matters. Don't back it up if it doesn't matter. Okay, I just saw this Kia land here, and then its leg land there. Like, it just popped down and exploded. I want to know how many kills this one weapon trap has on Kias. Does anybody else miss when, like, inanimate objects showed kills? So you could see how many kills a minecart had? I should bring that back. I want to know how many kills, how many Kias this fucking thing has killed. Because I keep losing count. Would be a pretty big military at full capacity. I mean, it's already a pretty big military. This is already a much bigger military than I normally make. Oh, let's see how that fight went. This was an attempt to raise a very low population location. 6 led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Ozud Muscle Terror. 6 outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Filth Menace. Led by the dwarf 6, clashed with a single goblin, slaying them. The goblin Mim Slycoven's second toe was smashed. The goblin Mim Slycoven was struck down by the dwarf ranger Rick. Luru, Boran, he's very Boran, was slayed by Donut. Donut slayed another dwarf. Rimtar also got a goblin himself. And let's see how this goes. It looks like we destroy it too, because it looks like a little destroyed sprite there on the screen. They searched around, rampaged throughout. The seducer of authors, sorry, has fled Filth Menace, and the muscular spear of strength destroyed it. Hell yeah. I feel like I could just start smacking their, like, their evil dark fortress, but just scrolling up in the YouTube chat to make sure I haven't missed anything that isn't important. The world you just created has a sinister glacier? Sinister isn't that interesting. Although if you have a terrifying glacier, you might get Blizzardmen, which means you might be able to see a bunch of Bobby Koticks invading as part of a siege. Very normal Bobby Kotick behavior. Whoa, okay. Eustuth Tome Fights? That's one of my dwarves and is imprisoned all the way up here. That's kind of not something I was expecting. Huh. I'm going to send one dwarf to this or one dwarf squad. Maybe not this one. We're going to send this squad to go pillage that dwarven fortress again. Get back to it. Actually, let's throw 2 squads in there. Oh, I can't. It's too late now. It basically chooses whether or not you have, like, the initiative or not, Baron Balloon. And not having initiative, depending on what the other faction's skill is, can be pretty bad. And then aside from that, it's just skill versus skill, essentially. Let's go all the way to the end here and deconstruct that, because I totally forgot about this. But you don't, interesting, your bard is sneaking extra drinks to people, but you don't think your bartender is? Oh, that's funny. Man, I really like that new mechanic. It's so good, dude. It's so good. Like, it's so fucking silly. Let's just set everybody to seasonal training who's here. Or monthly orders, I guess. Want them to all tell stories and do other things. Like having one dwarf down here just telling stories is pretty good in and of itself. Yeah, 10 is plenty to put in there. Unforbid that. Probably melt down that. So I got a bismuth bronze maul. Melt an object. That's gonna go get dealt with. Got dwarves socializing and getting to party for the first time in a while. Troglodytes given birth to I'm gonna need to deal with that family of troglodytes at some point, actually. You would accept all the bards you could get and assign them all, and it usually turned into more or less half the fort's population. I did that pretty consistently until Villains Part 1 was added, Baron Blue. Ever since Villains, I've kind of stopped doing stuff with public taverns just because I can't be asked to have to filter out the people that are just going to convince my dwarves to steal my artifacts. Like, if there was some balance to that stuff, then I would be more easily convinced to do that again, but outside of that, it's pretty difficult for me to feel justified in doing that. Also, I think Donut got kidnapped again. I think Donut got kidnapped again, guys. Again. Hopefully not killed. What are you hauling to stockpile? Why would you be evil for trading something that you acquired? Like, what in the world would make you evil for that? Unrelated, but some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Just looking for dwarves that need to be de-shirted. Such as Feb. You're all. You're a fisher dwarf. Named Zasset. Who has skills in military, which is useful. There's a poisonous snake over there. Stackwood. Not a small migrant wave either. Ficod. There's some scrolls on your tavern floor that you don't have the option to dump, and they've not been moved in years. Are you in an ad, Crab? You won't see this if you are in an ad. If you're not in an ad, assign them to a pedestal. Oh, and now I've got squads coming back. If you want to make copies of books or random books that visitors drop and they're not considered part of your own fortress's ownership, just assign them to a pedestal and unassign them from the pedestal, and then they'll be yours. That's how you do that. Sometimes putting a stockpile underneath them also works, but I've had less luck with that. The same thing works for dwarves or for items that are found when you're digging too deep. If you find like god metal items or items that are named that the dwarves refuse to haul and you can't add them to anybody, it just means the game doesn't consider it to be part of your fortress. So, the other thing that you can do sometimes is if you make a stockpile specifically for that item, when they get put into the stockpile, then it'll be considered yours. So if it's a scroll, as an example, if you have a stockpile that's just for scrolls, and they move that particular stockpile there, or they move that item to that particular stockpile, then there's a chance that item could just become yours, but I find that adding them to a pedestal is the most consistent. The Dwarf Donut led the attack. The tactical planning was superior, and they had a strong positional advantage. Donut got a kill against a goblin with a dwarf name, which is interesting. And then a dwarf was struck down. Oh, sorry, no. Ranger Rick and Donut and Avuz were all imprisoned. Well, time to send the top squad to go release them again. Go get them. But what am I doing? I am stripping the dwarves of their shirts, is what I'm doing. Because one of the rules about this silly challenge is that no male dwarves can wear shirts. So I'm assigning them all to a squad, and I'm going to set the squad's uniform to make them naked after I've forbidden all their shirts, so that when they put their... when I remove them from the squad or give them a normal uniform for the squad or put them into a different squad, they won't have shirts on. That's literally what I'm doing. So you right here, be naked. Except I actually have to turn on their uniform. There we go. So now they're all naked. Now I can take them all off duty, and then they won't put their shirt back on. If there is an item in your fortress that does not belong to your fortress, you can make it part of your fortress by forcing it into a stockpile or assigning it to a pedestal. Assuming it is findable in stocks on the pedestal screen. It's still really staggering to see that many military units. I mean, what's staggering is how inefficient this fort is, because there's never anybody who's like not training really. Everybody's always in some kind of constant training. Making the whole process of completing anything in this fort very slow, it turns out. Can you steal from a caravan guard by just assigning their items? No. Because if you assign the same item to 2 dwarves, then the dwarf that had it on first will just keep it on. And that same goes for other things. Like if a caravan guard is on your map and I forbid all their items and unforbid it, like I have no control over that unit. I can't make them drop their stuff unless I kill them. So no, you cannot. Speaking of killing, I don't know. Crap. What year I started this? I know Granitus was, I think, one of the first migrants, wasn't you? Summer 256? I would know. I need to go look at the VODs. I actually don't know what year this fort started in. I thought it started in 250, but I don't. That doesn't feel right. Let me go look. Year 1 of this fort's based on the VOD was 256, yeah. So whatever year count that is. All right, Dwarf. I see what you're doing here. This is unacceptable. Next dwarf to go splat is Thultig. It's time to praise the great god of murder and give me a bunch of splat emotes. Dwarf, if you leave, I swear, I will complain loudly. Never mind. False alarm. Where are you going, you fugly dweeb? I must put a door here. All right. Now, please turn around, Thultig, and fall into a big hole for me. First, he's going to go yell at somebody in charge. Crying on somebody in charge. Maybe that's worse. I don't know, man. I don't know if I feel good about that. Like, I has to go cry on somebody in charge. Well, I mean, I do feel bad about this. Is there a point where he earns himself another chance if his leg heals? Which it hasn't in over a year. Exile? No. It'll work. We'll get it done. Don't worry. Don't you worry. See? All right. Now it's time to go grab the falling emote and post it a bunch, chat. While Brewer over here goes and gives the Weaver a pull. And the god of murder will be pleased. And the Copperworks have returned. Did we get Donut back? Are you telling me Donut and Ranger Rick changed sides? Oh, that's grim, dude. You know, honestly, I would too if I was in this faction. I think this is if there isn't a point in a fortress where you go, oh, it's not an are we the baddies? It's a oh, we're the baddies. Like, I think we had it coming, really. Let's try and free the other one. Like, I get it. I mean, we are straight up killing our own dwarves, like... What, to be the baddies? Yeah, I guess so, Jam Jalopy. Alright, come on, we can get more falling emotes. You got more, right? Or whatever your favorite press X to pay respects emote is, or F to pay respects emote is. Because there he goes. Into dust. Rest in peace. Poor dwarf. Pour one out. Because this ain't Sparta, but it is ancient Greece. We haven't cleaned out those grease vats in ages. Yeet. How you doing, Hobo? How is thingamajigs? Doing pretty good. Was there giraffes in Sparta? I don't think there was. Also, this giraffe just got chased by a cat, so just thought I'd mention that. Let's kill this giant rat while we're at it. Help the poor doggo out, who's trying its best. There they go. Has anybody ever noticed that dwarves stop beating the shit out of things when they pass out? Like, if something goes unconscious, they'll sometimes stop fighting with it, which I find very interesting. Wrong climate? Oh, most absolutely. I mean, there weren't any in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I like how that's your touchstone for such things. Hobo, did you see the greatest patch note that's happened in Dwarf Fortress in recent memory? Dwarves no longer order a drink from every single individual bartender simultaneously and then drink all of the drinks. Dwarves are now slightly less dwarfy, but also it makes them less likely to die of alcohol poisoning. So, yeah. All right, let's disable the tavern for a bit. Until we get another big victory. No partying for a while. Focused. You love to see dwarves focused. It's always a good thing. When a dwarf is getting skill bonuses to the why do you have a shirt on? That's a crime. Excuse me, dwarf. Remove your clothes and leave them on the floor, or risk the power of Armok and whatever else I feel like saying in the next 5 seconds. Okay, now that that's done, you can go back to using a partial spear. Oh, weird. A dwarf is missing for a week. I wonder what caused that. Dwarven temperance, you never thought that you'd ever see the day. Yeah. From the hit impressions of games, Zeus, Master of Olympus, which IMO should totally be played in this channel. Oh, right. Well, maybe we'll have to put that on the list of future games to potentially play, maybe due to for research purposes, so that I can properly emulate Sparta. Yeah, definitely. I wonder if I own that game. I don't think so. I best go add it to my wish list. This is a bit. This is a joke. Hobo gifted me Zeus in like 2016, 2017, something like that, to stream on Twitch, and it's probably, I think it's been a decade, guys. Yes, Baron Balloon. And I was like, yeah, I'll play that at some point. And then I just legitimately forgot that it existed for 10 years. Maybe not 10 years. For like at least a year. Oi. Sir. Kib. You're a militia captain. You're in the constructive trumpets. Yet for some reason you've decided it's acceptable to wear a shirt. This is not acceptable. Although he is going to go take off his loincloth. That part's fair. He's throwing away his underwear, chat. He just carried his underwear down into there and left it there. Which is kind of awesome. So to people who complain that it's hard to get rid of used clothing, literally just set up your refuse stockpiles properly. And then they will take off crappy clothing they don't want anymore and put in their refuse stockpile. Look at that. No, he's going to take off his shirt. But he took off his thong, is the thing. He threw it away, specifically. Just because I see so many people complaining about dealing with clothing, it's like, if you set up a... If you set up a refuse stockpile, then they will use that to get rid of stuff. Okay, squad's coming back now. Let's see if we rescued the one kidnapped dwarf. Undetected, snuck in. Spear of Strength. Freed the dwarf. Avus. From the location once more. Now I'm going to send 1, 2, 3, 4 squads to go raise this location. Go get them, dwarfs. Aside from that, clothing lasts 10 times longer and is more resilient than it was as of a few patches ago, Baron Balloon. So you could probably cut down significantly on the amount of clothing that you make. It's actually the reason I don't emphasize clothing as important in the new tutorial I made this past week. Or rather, uploaded this past week. I actually made it like a month ago, but... just because of how much, you know, less important it actually is. That isn't to say it's not important, but, like, less important. Less mission critical, if you will. That being said, making new clothes is a really good way to satisfy the need to acquire object. Once we can view the mission feature, how would they handle 5,000 population civs? I don't think anything like that will be implemented the way that you're imagining it, but they already do. Like, you can go to those locations in adventure mode, and you want to know how it handles it? Very slowly. That's how it handles it. Like, it just runs badly. So I don't know. I have a feeling there will need to be some massive engine upgrades before that happens in order to be able to facilitate such populations on the screen without like also completely making the game unplayable. So I have no idea how they're going to do it because I'm not developing the game, and I assume that the game will need rewrites beforehand, which means it effectively isn't going to work in the current version, which is why it doesn't exist right now. So fuck if I know. It's not really a question I'm capable of answering for you. It got threadbare pretty fast. So most of these male dwarves don't have shirts. But I literally have made trousers once in this fortress. That's it. That's the only thing that I made. I made 30 trousers once. The rest of this fort, all of the clothing that we're wearing either has come from traders or is the original clothing they came in on. If you look at your best bet to find like actual information on what Dwarf Fortress is doing in what order is to simply go to the bay12games.com/dwarves. And once you're on this website, go to development and scroll down. Because it's not just a like one-to-one feature like this comes after this. It's like these are all the things they want to add, and there's information on what order they have to do them, what's upcoming, what they're currently working on, and that's all the information I have. So when you ask me a question like that, I cannot say if a total overhaul is needed. I do not know. What I do know is that the game can currently do that, handle places with 5,000 plus creatures, and it runs like shit. So, I don't know. Not what they're doing right now is what they would have to do. That much is for sure. So chat, you either need to get subscribed to the channel if you're not, or you need to grab your favorite approximation of this emote because a vile force of dorkness has arrived and we are now under siege. We're under siege. I'm actually going to cancel that mission that just started. A vile force of darkness has arrived. It's commanded by the goblin Smitsu Malign-Whiskered, and who is a competent commander, and became a field marshal of the Tick of Beasts in the year 262, and beware their mounted goblin pikemen. Holy shit, that's a big siege. Okay, yep, definitely canceling that. Let's get everybody into here. That is not a small siege. There's also ambushes with additional fully kitted out goblins. One of my spear dwarves is found dead. This timing is horrible for me, by the way, because my dwarves are getting caught out. I don't actually know where you're going. So hopefully you turn around, Maya. Oh, well, they're just going for my livestock, which is kind of funny. So I had a dwarf die, which was Mogwai. Was another one of the ones that got caught out. Rimtar over here as well. Swordmaster. Fought with a few more. Also was found dead. Basically one whole squad down there that got caught out. I'm just going to move that squad over there to go deal with this guy. Oh, here comes Votok, the wrestler, who's not going to live very long. The dwarves are moving forward across the bridge as the goblins begin moving towards the fortress. And fighting back the goblins. I actually like how much this is lagging. It's making it easier to follow. I don't even have to turn down the frame rate. Sometimes I feel I need to. They're killing my geese. I frankly don't blame them. Let's move the squads up. Pushing them through. There's 6. Fighting through the wall of goblins. Their biggest threat to their life is getting tired, so as long as they don't get tired, that's good. Oh boy. Those are those... I guess they've got elk birds up there. I was going to say those are the mounted goblins. Where is 6? There you are. Chasing forwards. Slow down time here and just move one turn at a time. We've got Sodel, who's taking the lead of the charge, who is an expert swords dwarf, but is getting used to using his spear now as well in conflicts. Back here, most of the dwarves are just kind of clustering up. We've got some additional dwarves coming through, I think. So far, actual casualties haven't been all that bad, but there's still a lot of dudes back here. Like, a lot. So let's see what happens, and if they regroup. Seems like we are regrouping. Except for those goblins coming up through the center there. So let's follow Vobok, who's the militia captain of the Raw Fortress, which is this lower crew down here. Charges forwards. He seems to have gained some sort of injury in his hand. I'm going to actually see if I can surround them here, because I think that I should just move everything up. Due to the fact that they are currently fighting from the north to south. 6 is in the middle of this fight as well. Who hasn't gotten exhausted yet, which is generally good news. More dwarves come flying up through the middle. And now we begin charging towards the the ogres. There you are. Fighting through the individual goblins. Down into the main batch of goblin fighters. Beagle is also in this fighting. Who took a break after presumably, killing a goblin. We've got 6 up here who's fighting largely on his own. It's a good thing they don't have much in the way of... Uh-oh, he's overexerted. That's when you die. Cannot breathe. Is going to suffocate, most likely. He does have 3 notable kills and 18 others. He's getting hit by bolts. Oh, sorry, arrows, not bolts. The dwarves running into the cloud of arrows. This is where we die, most likely. Continuing to fight through the wall of goblins. Rest in peace, 6. You're thirsty. Beagle here, leading the charge with her stone short sword. God, those bolts are brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. Beagle overexerted, continuing to fight the goblin hordes and push them back. Holy shit, she survived. 6 somehow isn't dead, even though he can't breathe. Oh, now he's dead. That checks out. We got Bearded Donis here, who's playing monkey bars. I don't know what they're doing over there. We got Tekket as well. Who else has fallen? A lot of dwarves have fallen. You're taking a nap, you fucking coward! You're injured and dying. Let's follow Beagle. That's brutal, man. My dwarves are unbreakable. Dude, we went from 120 dwarves down to 80. Unbreakable, you say? We have very different definitions of the word. Mostly? Uh-huh. I think, actually, chat, I think that we've been doomed to lose this fight. And I think there's only one person that we can blame, and that's the overconfidence being a quick and sudden killer of the Crab Maestro. And also your severe lack of posting the emote that I asked for. I mean, only a couple people posted Vile Forces of Darkness. I believe that we may have been doomed in this endeavor. And could have survived. Had more of you simply posted that emote. That's not true. But I am trying to get more Vile Forces of Darkness, because I think the fort may fall here. Although there isn't that... There's only, like, what, one invader left that we're aware of on the map, and he just fell. But that completely decimated my whole military. That was easily half my dwarves, period. I think it's pretty safe to say that with the changes made to crossbows, this thing that we're doing, challenge if you want to call it that, is bloody difficult. I think before the crossbow changes, where they didn't just prioritize heads and necks, maybe this would have been possible. I don't think this is doable based on, like, the success rate of the last few sieges. Like, they've just gotten worse. Oh, I'm well aware of what our population was, Star Legend God. I'm well aware. Like, we just lost half our population. So I think I'm going to concede. I don't see this fortress continuing. Like, I can't physically train fast enough to be able to pull off the minimal armor kind of style of this. We're still losing more dwarves. I think I'm defeated, chat. At least this attempt. Like, that's going to land with so many permanently maimed dwarves. I'm going to have to kill them. And don't give up. It's not over till it's over. No. It's over. And I'm not giving up. I'm saying that I've lost. That's not the same thing. And also, not to be rude, but you haven't been playing this fortress the whole time? I have. Are you allowed to use bottlenecks? It doesn't matter. Bottlenecks would actually make us die faster. Because what part of... They just aim for the head and the chest, which aren't armored, and all you need is one good hit from a bolt or an arrow, and they're dead. Because I can't wear chest armor. Like, not being able to wear chest armor is ridiculous. And also, read the challenge if you really want. Like, you don't have to ask me. It's all listed there, what I'm allowed to do. In fact, I'm already doing things that it says you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to build walls. And I built walls. So, here's what I'm going to do, chat. I'm going to abandon this fortress. It was a very successful fortress, genuinely. The reason I'm going to abandon it is because I can't take over these locations. I can't take over them because we do not have the gear. So the second I'm fighting with something that isn't a goblin where the dwarf one-on-one overpowers it, we lose because I have worse gear than the things I'm fighting. I just lose the dice matches. We were able to take over 1, 2, 3. Wasn't it 4? I thought there was a fourth one. I guess it was just 3. We were able to take over 3 sites, and during the fighting, my own faction of its own accord took over this location and reclaimed that one. So We have grown the faction in the time I played this fort. So the question is, do I retire it or do I abandon it? Because next week we'll start a new fort. Letteran, thank you very much for the 15 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you greatly. Because either kind of feels right. I think retiring it would give this faction a bigger boost. I think abandoning it feels a bit more accurate. I don't want to land on hair, so no. No thank you. Who's saying play it until everyone's dead? Fight to the last dwarf. No thank you. Retire and see what happens? Alright, well that's what we'll do then. Ancientgrease was a fun time. It was a weird experiment. I will continue playing this faction, though, because I've been enjoying it. But with no gear restrictions next time. We'll figure out some other theme for next week, though. We shall pretend that they fought to the last dwarf. I mean, the war is far from over. Are we going to play in the same world, though? That's what I was planning to do. I had fun with that fort. I mean, it was an interesting theme, if nothing else. An intriguing challenge, a interesting shtick. I think like the spider ended up kind of neat. RGS Nate. Yeah. Will it get murdered when it's retired? It's possible. Nomald, thank you very much for the 10 bucks. This was Sparta.
Nomald 999 cheers.
It was in fact Sparta.
X1000. This was Sparta.
Sorry for jinxing it at the end. It's fine. It's fine. We were unstoppable except for all of the ones that were. But, I don't know. I feel like we lived up to the spirit of the challenge. You know, I didn't utilize the walls, even though I built them. I killed dwarves that were maimed. All the male dwarves didn't have shirts. Only one dwarf tantrumed, which is kind of crazy. And I didn't improve things outside of the queen. So I do think that we lived up to the spirit of the challenge, even if it wasn't successful. So I do want to completely obliterate those goblins from those mountain homes that they stole, though, because I think that is really fun to do. So I do still have some time left. I could keep streaming. My options are I could keep streaming for another hour and a half, and then I have somewhere I need to be. Or I can call it and go edit for an hour and a half and then go to the thing that I need to be at. What do you guys want? I don't really have that much time, so I'm kind of leaning on just calling it and then picking up this fort next week. Thank you, Eric, for the $1. Appreciate you, dude. It's almost a hype train. Chat, I'm just going to go use the restroom and then figure out what I'm going to do by the time I get back.
Letter and cheered. X1000. Shinies.
Habeas Porcus. I'm not going to do a new embark tonight. I don't ever start an embark at the latter half of a stream. That's not something I will do, Nasty Ninja.
The crab mice.
That's something that you do at the beginning of a stream because that
Not much
is like a 3-hour ordeal. Thanks for the $1, Crab Maestro. Habeas Porcus, thank you very much for the 3 months. Welcome back. Letteran, thanks for the $10. Want a more low-key fort? No, I just want a more balanced fort. I want a fort where I have more of a fighting chance. London Hair. Like, it's less of a, like, I want a low-key fort. Like, I'm probably just gonna stick to the fucking put everybody in the military thing, but just whatever we do next, it will be a fort where I can actually fight, you know?